I'm gonna ask you very kindly to open up the YouTube stream and leave a like on it. YouTube folks, if you're watching on YouTube, please leave a like on the YouTube stream. And also YouTube folks, if you really want to help me out, open up the Twitch stream. Let's double up the views, because that costs you bandwidth and gives me money. Everybody wins, except for your bandwidth, if you have bandwidth caps. This fortress we started yesterday because the other one I was playing died. I was quite hoping that the one that we were playing would have lasted longer, but honestly, I'm not mad. And the reason I'm not mad is because it was a great ending. So, that, for those of you who are like, Blind, why are you just doing new fortresses? Because, like, the game keeps killing mine, okay? Like, I can't do much more than restart. When I die. So, this is in the same world, same faction, and we're in a different location. The experienced of you may notice that, hey, those are some goblin structures. Those are some goblin towers. There's quite a few of them. What the heck's going on? That's a frozen river. And then this was a dwarven fortress. So this is a reclaimed surface fortress. Well, not surface fortress. This is a reclaimed generated fortress. And we are building in it. The first thing I did was cave in the original structure that was here. I haven't done that yet. If we go down through the actual map itself. Sure, Greg, we'll get you that dwarf in a mo. Yeah, no, it's actually really nice. It's some nice variety. This is the original entrance for the World Gen Fort, which I've built stairs through. We're finding various ores down in here. I'm kind of using it as like an old exploratory mineshaft. This is the old fortress complex, which does have some goblins in it, which we use DF hack to forcibly join our side. But this goes all the way down to the bottom here. And I have the bottom down here locked up. I'm not entirely sure what killed this fortress aside from the goblins that very clearly attacked it. I do have access to this cavern layer, but currently the door is locked. We do have to be cautious because building destroyers very much are back. They were a criminal gang, not refugees or were creatures. They're a gang. There's a third one that I found, but they haven't joined yet. But primarily we are populating these little towers. And what I'm doing is I'm connecting these towers together using bridges. So my goal for this fort, we started with absolutely nothing. I started with 0 resources. So everything that we have in the fortress, aside from these toys, which I brought with me to spend my points on something, everything in this fortress is gathered and repurposed from in the fortress itself. And outside of the stuff that we've gathered and are repurposing from in the fortress itself, we are also trying to utilize the natural structures as much as possible for various things. Somebody linked the clip from yesterday of the dragon breaking a door down. Just go watch my featured clip from yesterday, Dulkin, here on Twitch, and it's me breaking a door down, or it's a door getting broken down by a cave dragon. So they've absolutely fixed them because I had it happen twice in the last fort. A were creature toppled a hatch and a door, and a cave dragon toppled a door that was locked. So yes, they are absolutely back. Do I play at a specific frame rate or just adjust as needed? I play at frame rate 60. In fact, it's off right now because I was recording yesterday, so I should go turn that back on. But I play just with the frame rate at 60 with a maximum of 70. But it generally sits at 60, which is just fine for me. Play at whatever frame rate is comfortable for you. That's it, really. You thought that was in now? No, that's a roadmap, not a it's in, right? There's a difference between patch notes and a roadmap. That is a roadmap, right? Like these are patch notes right here. Then it states the next few updates. This is a roadmap. These are patch notes. This is a roadmap. So why would you think they're in now? It's pretty clear. No, building destroyers are people that can topple buildings. Buildings meaning statues, doors, hatch covers, lowered bridges, grates, windows, everything from like this screen here, all that. Those are building destroyers. So like level 1, level 2, and level 3 are the 3 different levels. Level 3s can topple bridges. I can't remember what else is locked behind level 3. There's a few things that are locked behind level 3. And then level 2s and level 1s can topple doors and statues and whatnot. Basically, trolls, ogres, cave dragons, some giant animals, forgotten beasts are that. You just get very good at timing drawbridges. I'll put it that way, Dulcan. You get very good at timing drawbridges. Are dragons immune to traps now? No. If you read the patch notes, that was not a thing that was in yet. That's something that they are working towards. Dragons are not immune to cages, no. I don't know how else to say that. I would presume so, but I didn't have an artifact door in the last fort to check. So I would presume so because they've always been untoppleable. I would presume so but I haven't. You see, here's the thing. I haven't done the science, right? The hatch that was covered was from above. That was toppled was from above. And the door that was toppled was from the side. Neither of them were artifacts. I haven't done the science. If you want to do the science, good luck. Let me know. But we are working with a lot of question marks and unknowns right now. So please don't expect me to know everything because I had something happen twice. Go watch that clip and you'll see it. It wasn't an artifact. I don't know. So I can't actually answer that question. If I was a know everything predictor and all-knowing superpower thing, I wouldn't be streaming for a living. I would be betting on football. That's what I would be doing. And you would probably be doing the same. I'm going to make it so that I can seal off this mine. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this, and then I will put a trapdoor on the last one. And I will hook them all up to the same lever. Although, I'm just going to go grab the mystery material trapdoor from up here. Which is all the way the hell up here. It's been ages since you last played DF? Yeah, no, that's fair. But yeah, I would presume that they're still safe. Is it possible to reclaim a dark fortress? Not without DF hack. With DF hack, you could. You'd have to use an embark anywhere. Although vaults are essentially a dark fortress in their structure design in the center. And you can settle on a vault. So this is a unknown material hatch cover, which is always fun. So I've actually been playing version 47.05. Resi, it's a different game in some ways. Like, it doesn't run anywhere near as fast. The frame rate isn't anywhere near as good. It is more visually moddable because there's less assets. It has less mechanics because there's some things that used to be in the game, or there's some things that have been since changed mechanically. There's some bugs that are now fixed that are still in, but there's also mechanics in that version that don't exist in this version because they were removed or changed so dramatically that they're unrecognizable. As an example, right now to build a bridge, you just need a dwarf to run the blocks to it and build it. Back in the day, you needed a dwarf to run the blocks to it, and then you needed either that dwarf or a different dwarf with masonry to come and work on it. And then you needed a dwarf or that dwarf with architecture, which was a separate skill, to come and work on it. But now because all jobs are automated and they just do the task that is present in front of them, unless you're very particular about how you have jobs assigned, you don't need to worry about that because they just automatically assign the job and do it. So there's some things about the older versions that are more tedious is the wrong word, but like player intensive to make things happen. Like to make a metalsmith forge, you needed a dwarf with blacksmith, one of the metalsmithing skills. And you needed, if you made it out of stone, you needed a dwarf with masonry to come over and start the job. So you needed a dwarf to assemble all the pieces, and then either that dwarf or a different dwarf to come and work on the workshop, and then complete the workshop. Also, portions of workshops, specifically the tables that you see here, used to be walls, so they would block directions. I don't know why they removed that. I missed that, actually kind of greatly. So there's all sorts of things that are different about version 47.05, but it's not like a worse or a better game per se. Alan, thank you very much for checking out a gift. I greatly appreciate it. This is a sponsor-free channel. I do not take sponsorships here on this channel, so everything is crowdfunded. So I greatly appreciate the subs, the bits, the tips, the resubs, all of that, because you guys help keep me funded, which is why I'm just going to really quick throw a goal up here on the YouTube stream, because I've been told, and actually it seems to be working. YouTube promotes streams more heavily if they have a super chat goal. So I'm just going to make a goal real quick for the next 3 hours. There was a buildings destroyer skill or designer skill as well. Yeah, it was similar to architecture, but for different types of buildings, right? And then there was also alchemy, which did nothing. There was also like a lot more things that were... There was also a lot more things that... how do I word this? That, in my opinion, kind of just made the game a lot worse. But also some things that made the game better. But some of those things are stuff that they've said they will return to and put back in the game at some point, so who knows? Like, it was easier to trade with elves. As an example. But yeah, I don't know. I'll say this. All of the versions of Dwarf Fortress are available, and for every older version of Dwarf Fortress, right before a major change, so like the 30s era of Dwarf Fortress, back when when stress was completely different, and a lot of buildings worked completely different, there was only 64 Z levels and a lot of other things like that, there are people who still only play those versions of the games. That's just a fact. There are people who play only those versions of the games. There are people who have never come back or have never updated, and they still only play a very specific era of older Dwarf Fortress. And I think like one of the coolest things about Dwarf Fortress is that they are one of the only, even like among crowdfunded games, they're one of the only games that I know of that is that accepting of, yeah, just pick a version you like and play it. just don't stop funding the Patreon, you know? It's very rare that you actually will get a developer who is that okay with you just being like, yeah, no, I don't like what you've done. I'm just gonna go play the old version. It's cool that exists. Well, originally Dwarf Fortress was two-dimensional. It was like RimWorld. There was a while where it only had 32 Z levels, and then there was a while where it had 64, and then like that first big map rewrite, the number ballooned astronomically. Actually, I think the way to do this is probably just to put a drawbridge on it. Instead of the... Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Yeah, no, it's the construction sizes is a great little change. And you know what? Tarn asked me to send him a list of things that I thought would be easy to change about the game that would make the game more pleasant to play. This was my #1 request. And Tarn's like, that seems easy. Okay, That was like last Friday. I'll also say this. If you've played version 50, going back and learning the older versions is likely much, 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 much easier. Because you'll recognize things, right? Like, this is what the free version of version 50 looks like, right? But if you've been staring at Dwarf Fortress, just any version of Dwarf Fortress, you've probably stared at it enough that you'll start to recognize the patterns of Dwarf Fortress. So if you start playing ASCII after playing with graphics for a while, Dwarf Fortress is just going to start to look like Dwarf Fortress at a point. And I feel this very much so about the older versions, and the newer version. And when I started playing this, when people ask me, they're like, oh, did you have a hard time getting into the version 50 of Dwarf Fort? It's like, well, it's just Dwarf Fort. Like, yeah, the UI is different, the control scheme is different. It's just Dwarf Fort. Like, it's still the same game. So, Greg and then some, I need to give you a dwarf. So, the named dwarves in the fortress currently are Squiggly Girl, Elfie Bean, Man-Eating Tapir. So tape your ears together. No non-major nerd, Orange TJ, and Stormwolf, who's pissed, very mad, but wants to practice craft. Fine, I'll allow you to practice crafts again. But we are slowly building up some bedrooms in this fort, unlike the last one. So hopefully that helps with moods a little bit. Can you get that bald dyer? Are you sure you don't want to be a liver? I guess that would, well, then I guess you'd have to become a bard because you'd be an organ. Yeah, we can do this. Do you want me to call you Greg and then some, or just Greg? Or do you have a preference of name? You like the and then some? Okay, Greg and then some. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He is assertive and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is humble and doesn't often feel envious of others, and he has a greedy streak. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's trying to remember something, and begins speaking in a monotone whenever he's angered. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values independence. And this is an awareness test. To the people watching on the YouTube stream, the first person to put 3 beer emojis into my chat gets a dwarf, because Greg and then some redeemed a dwarf. He likes stoneware, fine pewter, and black pyrope, as well as duck leather. I mean, Twitch chat's paying attention, but this is for YouTube chat. Spears and mail shirts and barrels and ants for their propensity to dig. The words of the fancy meditations and the sound of the tulip of sparkling impulse, but prefers to consume milkfish, moghopper, and bayberry wine, and maize flour, and absolutely hates flies. Looks like Jaded Rat got it. But Jaded Rat, you're frequently chit-chatting here in the Twitch chat, but we'll give it to you. Burr is their deity of choice, the god of mountains. Not mountains, jewels. Jewels and gems. And is a member of the Doctrine of Bronze. And Dominoc wants to give B-Lug a dwarf. Do we give B-Lug a dwarf, chat? Yes or no? Jaded, what kind of dwarfish do you want-ish? Because this is a nomination from Dominoc on behalf of B-Lug. It's a chat vote, so you guys can say yes or no, and then you guys get to pick which dwarf B-Lug gets. Good old miner. I got Rovad. I literally have 1 pickaxe and I haven't made any more. Let's go for a warrior. I don't have a squad. I don't have any squads yet. So does this work for you, Jaded? Jaded Rat. I was looking for you in the YouTube chat initially, so I'm glad I looked up. She's a complete scatterbrain, unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment. She feels strong need to pay back any favor done for her. She is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills, and she is easily moved by natural beauty. Wait, what? Easily moved to mercy, not natural beauty. She thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. And she tends to be passive in discussions and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. You know, I should make this into the tomb. Just looking around at these doors, like, this should just be the tomb. Anyway, she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather and is getting used to tragedy because the other 2 miners died. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Likes fine pewter and goblin cap wood and penguin leather. As far as making you into a warrior, Belug, chat gets to decide what you get, but if your dwarf suits the military, I'll gladly put that dwarf into the military. She has incredible muscles stretched over a broad body, and her protruding copper eyes are slit. She's in love with Orange and worships the god of death and is a member of the religion of death. Someone's going to become a necromancer? What does pursuit of knowledge being a waste of effort being a necromancer? How do those two things equal? Because necromancers are ones that seek knowledge, not think it's a waste of effort. They're ones that are like vain and afraid of their own mortality. You know, there was one world that I had at one point in version 50, Jaded Rat, had a musical style called future metal. And there was a lot of discussions about like musical genres during future metal. Performances of future metal were very common in that world. Okay, so chat. Belug's had a dwarf bestowed upon them. I don't have a military yet, and because Belug was nominated for a dwarf, what dwarf looks like a Belug to you, chat? I think Belug gets a beard, regardless, because Belug is the sort of dwarf who would have a beard, I think. But what do you think, chat? Cheesemaker? Stonecrafter? Blacksmith? Maybe a stone worker or engraver. Perhaps that bowyer. I don't have no beekeeper, no. He did shout cheesemaker really loudly. I don't have any animal trainers. Literally every dwarf I have in the fort is on the screen right now. Chat saying cheesemaker. Looks like the cheesemaker it be. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is somewhat quarrelsome and is brave in the face of imminent danger, can handle stress, and often acts with compassion. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and tends to be stubborn in changing his mind about things. He's often cheerful and is quite polite. He scratches his ear when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill. All right, well, this is going to be my military leader. Personally finds friendship to be burdensome. Oopsies. And respects perseverance. Likes nickel, silver, and green jade. Giant honey badger, leather. Dead honey badger is a good honey badger. Bonobo tooth, and the color buff, bolts and greaves, and figurines, and the words of the amethyst of iron, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, and when possible, prefers to consume parsnip plants and prickleberry wine, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. I mean, I don't have a military yet, so he's going to start it. There you go. We'll leave you off duty for the time being, but The swift chain. You know, be like, I'll let you name your squad. Is there a word in the Dwarven language that you'd like to have the name of your squad? Do you have preferences about world generation? My only real preference is I don't like the default, like mineral frequency settings. In version 50, the mineral frequency settings are everywhere. I like it on sparse. It makes the amount of metal on each map much more limited, but in my opinion, makes the game a lot more interesting. Because it forces you to take part in trading a lot more. So I enjoy that aspect of the game, but that's about it. Like cheese crushers? The big cheese. Oh, cheese the big cheese. No, this would be cheese the big chambers. The big cheese. How's that? I could probably go like the smat. No, I could go the scrubbed, the cruel cheese. The cruel cheese. The cruel cheese is just when your uncle just farts really loudly on the road trip and doesn't say anything but just smiles. I mean, I think I could go first and second adjective. The cruel ambiguous cheese. Big or ambiguous, chat?
Is that interesting?
They all carry cheese in their backpacks. But that's all I say is I like scarcer minerals. But at the end of the day, world generation settings are a very personalized thing. Mostly in YouTube chat. Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Do you guys have any preferable world settings that you set every time? Help our friend here get some ideas. Big? Okay. The cruel big cheese. You know, actually, I like the big cruel cheese more. I'm just going to swap these two. The cruel cheese. Cruel. Oh, really? Oh, wait, no, I see. The big cruel cheese. There we go. At least 5 volcanoes per world. Yeah, I think turning up volcano count, if you really like playing on volcanoes, is a popular one. Lots of people like doing that. All right. People are probably going to be locked out of here for a wee bit, but once this is done up here, I need a mechanic shop. Okay, so people are going to be briefly locked out. But that's okay. Seems a little confusing to you. It is very confusing, but Advanced World Generation is the most... If it's confusing, which it will be, open up the wiki and Control F for the thing that you're trying to do. Because the wiki is very, very, very comprehensive when it comes to how Advanced World Gen works. So when you're going, oh god, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, everything looks the same, I don't know how to do the thing I'm trying to do, this is scary, send help, I need an adult. That's when you just go, okay, well, yes, no, this is intimidating and difficult looking, but if you're trying to make more volcanoes, Control F volcanoes, and it'll tell you what to do. The reason I haven't made more Advanced World Generation tutorials is I genuinely think that Control F on the wiki is the better way for people to do that. I've made a couple basic ones for simple concepts, and I probably should do more in the future, but one of the rules I have with the tutorials is if I don't fully understand something and if I'm just sitting there and reading the wiki, I shouldn't make a tutorial about it because the wiki can probably explain it better than me. So the reason I haven't done any Advanced World ones is because I'm literally just not comfortable with doing it. Okay, so let's open that up. Sweet. Now they have access to that again. Okay. And I will slowly link this up to the other ones, and eventually I'll just leave them all open. Because you right here need to just make 10 rock mechanisms. You like fantasy, so you crank up the number of good and evil biomes? Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, do exactly what you think would be fun for your world. It's your world. And the world is quite literally your oyster. So this goblin right here, Uspu, this guy is not friendly with me right now. He's just going to stand here forever and go insane unless I kill him. I can use DF hack to force him to join me. Should I? I'm leaning yes, because I think having these goblins join me is kind of a fun little story bit, and we've already allowed 2 goblins to join me. Can I allow a third goblin to join me? Why stop now? Because whenever I'm going to cheat, I have to ask chat for permission. It's like a personal rule for me. Hopefully, Rezi, that gave you a few ideas. Make own. And you've now joined the squad. Excitement. Cause trouble. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. One of them dreams of ruling the world, and the rest of them dream of attaining a rank in society. It's independence and freedom somewhat boring. And our dwarf over here is just slowly going through all these spots that need digging. I mean, a dream is a dream. Doesn't mean dreams are going to come true. So there's still areas here I haven't explored yet. So I'm actually going to make this dwarf go up here so I can explore these areas. By increasing the priorities on this, which means you should, unless all of these are priority 1. Yeah, okay, all of these are priority 1. You'll go up there before you do the other ones that I've queued up. Yeah, no, the dwarves choose the mayors, right? You used to be able to, like, unassign a mayor. In version 47.05, you could, like, click on the mayor and unassign it, which was kind of useful at times, but also kind of went against the dwarves' freedom of will. So if the dwarves want to make a bad election decision, you just kind of have to deal with it and maybe cause an accident. To require the dream of... I don't know what's required to fulfill the dream of ruling the world. I know I've never done it. I would presume becoming the king of the civ that they're in? Or like head noble, whatever that noble position is for that faction type? I don't actually know. You can do that without DF hack odds. You just need goblin visitors to ask to stay as performers. Or you need to play in adventure mode and have adventurers, or have goblin adventurers that join your fort. Like you do not need DF hack to do it. I'm only using DF hack here because these are just random people that were already inhabiting this space, which just makes them immediately available. That's all. Get them to king satisfies it? Okay, yeah, that would do it. So that answers that question. I know I've done like attaining a rank in society many times because Baron satisfies that, but so here's the thing, like if you've only ever played Fort mode, you probably don't realize this. We're in an ad, so I will pause. But to odds in TV and YouTube chat, if you've only ever played Fort mode, you probably don't realize this. Dwarven societies are extremely multicultural. If you go to any Dwarven fortress in adventure mode, you'll see elves, humans, goblins everywhere that are part of the civilization. The only reason you don't get them in migrants in fortress mode is because it's a pain in the ass to manage human-sized clothing, dwarf-sized clothing, and some of them have specific desires or needs for certain types of clothing that dwarves can't make. So it's literally like an anti-tedium thing until there's a better system for making other sizes of clothing. So it's not going to negatively affect your civ at all having like other types of species around. That being said, certain people will argue and get into fights with people, and elves and goblins and humans can have very different outlooks depending on their personality on things in reality, which can cause them to argue, and some people get upset if they argue. So a couple of dwarves might get upset because they're arguing more, but like that is just gonna happen naturally anyway with just dwarves, so. That's why drove in, yeah. So we need a new election now. Did you watch my video on Gortusk? Belug? Because I literally like dropped statues through a noble's bedroom on a floor of elephants because they liked elephants, and like it knocked the floor out of their bedroom that was suspended above a volcano, and then they fell into a volcano. I did it multiple times. It was pretty good. Xylium, thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back, Chuck, and I get a big round of beers. I gotta go close some blinds in the other room so that you guys stop seeing that light over there. Can you make irons from limestone blocks? No, they need to be boulders. Fluxstone needs to be in boulder format. If it's in block format, it won't work. You learned that one the hard way? Oh, no. I think for these upper levels, we'll just start using granite. Because granite is going to be the most commonly available type of rock. So many marble blocks. What, did you get them from trading or something, or? You made them? Ah. Yeah, you can, there's a few different methods of removing them as options. You need to not do other tasks, please. Just go do other things. Oh, you made them to make steel. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, that's... I guess that's not the clearest thing, but it is the way it works. And also this, I really want this to dry up. So I'm just going to set this to priority number 1 and just dig this out. You're currently not connected to anything, so I'll deconstruct that. Although I don't need to quite do it this much. I am going to dig this out into a big hole eventually anyway, but I need this puddle gone. I think I'm just going to place a couple of beds up top here. And just make a little dormitory. So at the very least, we'll have somewhere for them to sleep. Because they do need somewhere to sleep. Also, Hilmar, hello. It's good to see you. But yeah, I'm very excited after that last blog post. It's just going to be a question of like, I really need to hotkey things. It's just going to be a question of, well, how long is it going to take? That's truly the next question that's going to need to be asked. Do I want to go through this? No, I don't. I think what I'm going to do right now is get rid of the make bed job because that just keeps canceling. And because, yeah, there's just like this elk bird right here. I need a bunch of cage traps, I think. And then I'm going to dig a tunnel this way and go kind of up to maybe here and then dig through there. And then just fill this up with various traps. We'll do cage traps and then weapon traps. I wonder if you'll get anyone arriving on the map from Underground Road. No, you don't. The Underground Roads are just aesthetic. I really wish that Dwarven caravans could come from the Underground Roads, but unfortunately they can't. That is a adventure mode feature that sometimes shows up in Fortress mode, which is kind of neat, but doesn't actually do anything mechanically in Fortress mode. Bit of a shame, but it is the way it works, so. I want this all to dry up so that I have no more water left here. So I'm gonna have to do this and then probably floor it off or fill it up somehow. Yeah, it doesn't matter if there's a road there, though. They can just leave by the caverns. Waterworks? Not here. This was just a puddle that was there from the world gen, and I'm removing the puddle, is what I'm doing. I'm also in the process of building up a little tower here, because this is kind of like an extension of me wanting to build a surface fort to a degree. But I'm trying to get through the actual exposed surface fort area very quickly so that things get safer than they would be normally. I really like the color of that. I think that's actually Lemonite. Yeah, that's Lemonite blocks that were just here from other things that I deconstructed. This also needs a roof still. So maybe put a doorway right there, actually. Wasn't initially what I was planning, but yeah, let's put a doorway right there. Then maybe a doorway over here, too. Cast it in obsidian and dig it out. I mean, I have a question. What's easier? Build pump stacks from the magma sea up to the surface and then pour obsidian on it, or build a minecart route from the magma sea to the surface and slowly pour lava on it, or just simply dig a slightly bigger hole and then fill it in with rocks. I think I'm just going to do that because our proximity to the enemy is their goblin literally everywhere, and they are not small. So when my population gets up, we are going to get, like, murked. There's also a tower within range that's right there. Actually, I think there's two. Where's the second one? There's one down there, but this one knows that we're here already. There's also one there. So there's one up there. That's the one I was looking for. So, yeah, no, we're kind of in the middle of a lot of things that are going to try and horribly murder us. Oh, you're talking to man-eating. Okay, I thought you were talking to me about this water. Besides draining it, I usually just use a pump or 3 pumps, build right in front of where it is, and then pump the water out, and the dwarves can usually just climb down in that spot and grab it if there's a ramp. Also, pumps will suck stuff towards the pump. Or you could cave in the ceiling around it and make a dam, but it might get launched outside of the area and then pump that out. Will you seize the towers? I don't know. I want to go to war with them. The thing is, like, I'm too good at just murking towers and obliterating them. I actually want to fight with them. I want to see like what they send at me, because there's something in the patch notes that's very interesting to me, which is the ability to how do I word this? the abilities in adventure mode working properly now. And the reason that's interesting is because I think that also theoretically would fix it in fortress mode. So if abilities work now in adventure mode, I want to see if they work in fort mode. So I want to fight with those towers and actually fight with those towers. I don't want them to just like, get spooked away and leave and kind of, just get wrecked as they tend to. I actually want, if they're actually a threat, I want to see that threat. So I'm kind of not planning to seize them. I'm kind of planning to fight with them and then keep fighting with them, because I haven't done that in a while. I've done various other threats and things, but it's been a while since I had a good old-fashioned Dwarfs versus Necromancers fort, They wouldn't be able to throw a fireball, but they might be able to summon boogeymen or nightmares. And if that's the case, I want to see that. No, that's conglomerate. I want granite. Because boogeymen are cool. But no, necromancers have never been able to throw a fireball. It's summoning abilities. So it would be them being able to summon either nightmares or big scary monsters. And big scary monsters in this case translates to boogeymen. For those of you who don't know, boogeymen are shapeshifters in Dwarf Fortress. So they appear and then they turn you into a or they turn into a giant monster and then horribly murder you. I've checked under my bed twice and I'm pretty sure I'm safe for the time being. Reckon then some. Unless you're referring to Phil, who's just out there doing the boogie all day, because, he's trying his best. If the logic for those abilities is tied together, explain. What do you mean? Like, which magic items were busted? I mean, it was a hotfix update, so ideally it's fixing problems in the game right now. Did you check the walls? For boogeymen? No, I have not. I have not. So I guess I'm not certain if I'm safe then. I just realized this is actually a really shitty design. It's okay, I can fix it. I once had a guy who lived in Toys R Us. I read a pretty long article and series of interviews of a group of, I don't want to say homeless, it's the wrong word, but unhoused artists in New York who literally just moved into a mall because the building that they were living in that they weren't legally renting, but like they'd leased the building as like an art studio or something as like a group of them. So they basically found a loophole to get like basically free rent because the warehouse or whatever that they were living in was like extremely cheap. And they tried to work out some deal where they could keep living there when the mall bought the property. And they were like, yeah, nah. And so what they did was they went in and out of the mall while they were constructing it and like found spaces that weren't ever going to be used for anything because there was just like, there were like storage rooms for construction or whatever. And then they basically just moved into the mall and like lived shopped and existed in the mall through this one door that was just like a pretty wide hallway that was like the length of the mall that was just unused for anything because it was where they put construction materials. And they basically lived like in the back rooms of this mall for like half a dozen years or so. It was like 6 years or something they lived there until they were finally found out because security slowly caught on, and then the cops caught on, and then they got like forcibly evicted. But like apparently they literally walked in there with a sofa during the day and just like would walk it into this back room and nobody said anything. Which like, and then eventually they just changed the locks. Like the one of my favorite quotes from the story was just like, you can get away with a lot of things if you have a clipboard in your hand. What's up, Tuvasia in YouTube chat? And also Brian Burton. Just skimming through YouTube chat to see if there's anything important that I missed. Did you know that you can just buy lab coats? Yes. Forward and back. Thanks very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Jack, can I get a couple more beers than one for that brand new Prime subscription? You don't need to drown the chat or anything, but appreciate you greatly. Human Maceman is visiting. Something similar happens in the province of Rhode Island, but they never got to the point of quite living there full time. Yeah, I don't know where this was specifically, but I just know it was in like the greater New York area. I found a cat and a dog that's judging you. Explain. Oh, under your bed, I see. Yeah, a blue Dickies jumpsuit, yes. There was a, when I went to go see King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, there was a group of 8 guys just wearing like hard hats, Dickies jumpsuits, and safety vests, and steel-toed boots and gloves. And me and my friend, we were a little stoned at the time. We're just kind of staring at them while they were in line, and we're going, did they come here straight from work? Because like they looked like they did. But like at the same time, I'm not entirely certain that they weren't just like dressed up as like a King Gizzard music video. I'm like not positive. It could have been either. They might just be dressed up as like a music video. But at the same time, they also looked like they showed up directly from work. That or they were trying to get backstage. One of the two. An ambush. I found another goblin. Another criminal. This one's got a lot of longtime friends. Do we continue the ridiculous amount of Mako and recruiting? Yes or no, chat? What's up, Vodka Studio? It's been a minute. Moved recently and have been offline. Oh, gotcha. Well, welcome back. I hope the move went smooth. I also moved recently. Also, Buttsworth redeemed a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? I was babbling while that popped up, so. How does a goblin become a criminal? By being a thief. Dreams of ruling the world. Another one? Man, stiff competition for these guys. Can you have a goblin? Which one do you want? Oh. I've got the goblin representative, the other goblin representative, the one I just recruited, or the one I just recruited. So I got Dusmer or representative or representative. Which one would you like? This is why all these goblins are criminals, is because they all want to rule the world. Annie? Okay. I'll give you the happiest one. Worth Butts has the best last name, which is Dungeon Mine. He is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others. He's very quick to anger and he's very quick to anger and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, accepts favors without feeling a sense of obligation, and preferring to keep as the current situation demands. He does not often feel lustful, and he is trusting. He occasionally overindulges and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And he does not focus on material goods, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. Dreams of attaining a rank in society, and personally finds artwork boring, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Well, too late. Scripriel. And his hair is extremely long, and his sunken, wide-set red eyes are very round. He worships Mara Nikut, who is... I don't know, actually. Are you a member of a religion? He's a member of this special cult. There it is. The moon, the sky, the bold secret is the god that you worship. The moon, the sky, and the wind. Welcome to the fort. Your Dwarf is gonna have to fight all these goblins. It's gonna be something, man. Let's see. Does somebody get squished? Nope. And nope. Sweet. I was very close. Almost flattened Dusteth. I mean, it's very special. It's a cult for the most special boys. How many doors do I have in the fort now? 218. Some migrants have arrived in the fortress. Slick oils. Kind of looking for voracious cave crawler pants. Yeah, you are correct, man-eating tape here. My mom is lovely. How does one become a criminal? Do criminal things. You can become a known criminal in adventure mode. Got a gem setter. Oh, also, YouTube chat. The first person to place 3 emojis into the chat with smiles in them gets a dwarf, because Buttsworth redeemed a dwarf over here. Got a baby llama. Knife clan. Lots of gods of death being worshipped here. And on 4, what kind of dwarf would you like? The one day you're not on YouTube? I mean, YouTube has a very varied delay. That dwarf would do okay. The caverns and started building more permanently in there. It's a lot of fun. Caverns are cool. I like caverns. I like building within restrictions. Any farmers? I got a cook. I got a tanner and a thresher. Any preference? Yeah, YouTube has been very unstable recently. Originally, I thought it was just Firefox, Mars and Stars, but I've been getting reports from people on all web browsers. Actually, that's not true. Nobody has claimed that a stream has crashed while it's watching from Safari. Thresher? You a deal? Anon 4 very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Only just arrived, is very stubborn, friendly, and always tries to say nice things to others. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, and he feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He has a sense of duty, and he is assertive. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. And he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is trusting and generally... he is trusting, and he... I can read. Tuvasia, thanks for the monies. Appreciate you. I'm not going to install any extensions I don't extensively trust. I mean, if you want to tip money in not money that I don't understand, Streamlabs exists. But I'll just say thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you. Twitch chat, can I get a couple beers? The YouTube super chat. I can't wait for the 200 plus Gobbo sieges and being able to dig. Why don't you just crank the number up to 1,000 right now and have 1,000 plus goblin sieges? Like I did in Gortusk. The only limit is your tolerance of low frame rate. He has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Clicks his tongue constantly when he's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally has the highest regard for loyalty, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and dreams of raising a family. And he likes obsidian and lead and green jade and suns and battle axes and armor stands and coins and leeches for their feeding habits. The words of the Amethyst of Iron, and when possible prefers to consume Moghopper and Longland beer, and can't stand hamsters. And speaking of farmers, I actually need farms right now. I don't have any farms. So I'm thinking about building farms one layer beneath this. I mean, have you seen a hamster? They're just plotting your demise. You can see it in their eyes. Every second, they look at you with those beady little pupils. They're whispering the words, death, death. Monsters, I tell you. Absolute monsters. Yeah, I'm really curious to see the siege updates, but I'm also like I said yesterday, hesitant to speculate too much just because realistically, we don't know. We don't know what those are going to look like. 2 seconds, chat. I realize the ads are just ending, but I need to take a piss. Oops. Almost sat on my headphones. Also grab my water. But yeah, I think I'm going to hold off on a lot of speculations. But what I'll say about the siege stuff, write down any questions you have, because I am going to be taking questions for Tarn on the 20th. I think I'm going to do that through a YouTube post. So keep an eye on the YouTube channel's like community section, because I think what I'm going to do is just grill Tarn about that, and then after that, I think I'll be safe to speculate, because hopefully we'll have enough of an idea of how Tarn plans to implement stuff by then. After the interview's done, that the ability for us to speculate will be a much more reasonable question or consideration, I guess, if that makes any sense. Name is right up there with Yo Mama. Ah, okay. Got it. As long as I'm not saying something actually offensive, then we're good. I mean, if I can sit here and say some of the questionable usernames that people have, then we're fine with Yo Mama. Right here, I've got this command. There is a roadmap underneath the patch notes. The end is beer. That I would recommend skimming, talking about sieges. Or you could just go watch the video I uploaded this morning called Dwarf Fortress Roadmap 2025, which I uploaded, this morning, which is doing quite well, I think. Yeah, it's got like 3,000 views already. Quite happy with that, actually. Always love it when a video does well when it releases. It would be cool to have hollow walls filled with lava to bait enemies into digging through them. Yeah, that's something that I'm really curious to see. However they end up doing the enemies, however they end up working with enemy digging, I really hope that it's not as simple as they dig towards your most valuable structure and break it, because too many other games do that. Ah, no, that makes sense. So in YouTube chat, Tuveja, because I don't speak Spanish, says that their name basically means your money from, their name means Yo Mama, so that streamers say, thanks for the super chat, Yo Mama. Which is, like I see the humor in that, it's fine. It's like naming yourself Mike Hawk, Or the one guy that watched this stream ages ago who went by the username P-E-A, Ness, N-E-S-S. P-Ness. Which is also pretty funny. I'm very, Mike Hunt is another one. Just like, or, people commit too hard, I think, to these, like, goofy nicknames, when in reality they could just name themselves Dick Pound and be an actual person who's like important in the Olympic committee. It's like one of those gnarly executives over there at the old Olympics is Dick Pound, and every time I see that guy's name, I go, that's not real. I refuse to believe that you are actually named that. Or like the team boss at Aston Martin Formula One team, Mike Crack. Hearing people say his name unironically without laughing, I'm always mildly impressed. I think enemy digging will be restricted to dirt and rocks, so you'll have to wall your fortress. I mean, dirt and rock is everything. Basically. I would be surprised if they're able to just dig down to the magma sea. I'm kind of expecting it to be more surface level digging, like shallow digging. Like, I don't expect them to be able to dig through a aquifer, as an example. Metal walls and metal floors? Who knows? Who knows? It's quite literally a... We're all guessing, right? It's possible. All right, so we've actually got kind of a decent population now. So I need to get things rolling in a direction that is useful to me. I need more bedrooms, pretty badly. But I also want to do metalsmithing, because we do actually have a pretty decent supply of metalsmithing stuff. So I'm actually going to go up to here, and I'm going to make 2 more zones. And the first one's going to be a metalsmith's guild. Actually, let's just... Chat, weapons or armor? Or actually, weapons, armor, or crafting? For metal. What do you think? Yeah, definitely don't, like, throw your drink out of your nose. That seems bad. Weapons. Weaponsmith it be. The granite clout. Let's call this the... Iron. Ion? Can I not call it the iron? Okay, the metal? No. Okay, the dense. Okay. Gray. No. The great pumpkin. No, it's the great anvil we'll go with. And this can be for citizens only and long-term residents. And we're going to have to build that up, but first we'll just let it sit, I think. I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to get rid of this. I need another miner real bad. Like, real bad. Bunch of livestock's been slaughtered. Moods are also starting to sort themselves out. I actually have no farming right now, by the way. I should probably make some sort of farming, but I wanted to go down another level to see what was below here. All right, so this is not where I want to farm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig up these corners. And I'm going to go underneath here, and I'm going to dig out all of this, with the exception of this tile. And this down here is going to be an area I'm going to dump buckets of water into on these sides. And that's going to be where we will farm. Or at least the initial area that we will farm. Oh, did I misspell iron? That's fine. Anvil's better anyway. Sometimes I do that and don't look, which is most likely what happened there. Man, I desperately... What are you digging currently? Okay, so you're just down here. Let's just set this to priority 3. Set these and this to priority 3. Dragon Soul, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the 5-pack of gift subs? And YouTube chat, can I get a bunch of hearts? Please and thank you. I don't actually know what I'm going to do with this upper space here, because I'm probably going to wall this off and then probably roof it and then roof this. But I'm going to end up with this little hallway here. Maybe I'll make another room over here or something. I don't know. We'll see. I also finding some gems down here, which is useful. I'm actually wondering. Everybody's set to be haulers, but there's only... Okay, let's just remove the wheelbarrows from this, because I really want this stockpile to be full. It should be able to take items from anywhere. And I definitely have stones available for this. Oh, I see. Let's just allow all of them. Make life easier. Because I just want my blocks to get made faster. I don't care where they're hauling them from. I want them done. Yeah, we'll just do that. You know, maybe what I'll do here is at the end, I'll plop down one of these and then use this to build the roof up, and then I'll just deconstruct it if I decide I don't need it or want it. Because that needs to be done first. Because any flying things that could come out of that, I want to be prepared for. Also, holy shit, 41 dwarves. My god, that was a big migrant wave. Well then. I think up here I need at least 2 more stone crafters. Maybe this could be a stockpile? Chat, if you guys have any ideas on what I could do with this longer hallway here, let me know. I'd love to know. Because I kind of don't have any ideas at this exact moment. Oh, man. It needs 62 blocks. I've just quite not enough. 45, there we go. Add sculptures for happy thoughts. I mean, I could make it into some sort of sculpture room or museum, maybe. But it's more of a question of, like, what purpose is that room going to have? Like I said, it could just be a stockpile. It could also be, like, trap ammo or something. Trap construction stuff. That, and I haven't decided whether or not this is a tower that's going to keep going up for a bit or not. Like, it could be a tower that goes up for a bit and then connects to this drawbridge. That's also an option. Or not drawbridge, but bridge. Those are ramps. I need floors. Well, actually, I don't need to do that. Just need to go over top with floors, and it'll keep the same material. That's 7, 9, 10. But welcome back, Elfie. Statues of the original 7. Could somebody go back through the VOD on Twitch here from yesterday and tell me who the original 7 were? I know TJ and that miner at the top are part of the original 7. I'm very bad at, like, archiving the original 7 most of the time. Unless, like, I specifically try and follow somebody. That's something we should do with this fort. I need some main characters. I think that should be a goal for today, is to find some main characters. Because the last 2 forts I've done haven't really had main characters. They've just had collateral damage. Which, like, you know, that's fine, largely, but... it's not the most character building-y, I suppose. Usually name my original 7 and none of the others. Oh, really? Yeah, no, I mean, that's a really good way to do it. I mean, it's not to say that it wouldn't work as a streamer. Like, I could absolutely do that. I absolutely could. It's mostly just a question of, like, how would that work from an audience perspective? Literally go to the YouTube description to Veja and look for the channel that's called Blind Extras. I've always uploaded the VODs from Twitch to YouTube. There's a delay on the uploads, but I have for years. Because I don't like just putting the whole VOD up at once. Rat should be a Proximus main character. I like having different names for main characters, and I like to try and name them after interesting things that they've done, you know? I mean, the goblins, I think, would be easy main characters for this world, but... they would absolutely be the easy ones. Okay, so that's done now. And let's... yeah, let's just make one more. I'm going to go down into here, and I'm going to move this over to here, and erase this. And I'm going to get this squad training for a little bit. Curious about what weapons they end up equipping. Okay, so you've got an iron sword. Seems like you've got an axe. You've got an axe. And the Sect of Amethyst has many worshippers in Minedarch and requires a temple and a priest. Well, aside from having this now, I now need to make another one. So this down here is all sealed off, so this area is safe. The Sect of Amethyst. I think this would be make a pretty decent little temple tower. So let's go to the second highest tower and build a temple for the Sect of Amethyst. Which, for those of you unaware, worships minerals and jewels. I'm pretty sure that's Burr. Yes. The god of minerals and jewels. I think this was also the most popular religion in the last fort that we did. So I think I'm actually going to expand out these walls slightly. I'm going to need to wait a little bit for some flooring, but we can do the edges. I think when they demand a temple complex, we'll expand it outwards. Maybe top and bottom one color and edges a different color. Yeah, let's do some dolomite. Let's do some walls in here. Maybe the sandstone. Let's rebuild this ramp into jet. Rebuild this ramp into jet. On the floor, let's place a singular jet tile and let them construct that and see how that goes. Why is there a random mace on the ground? Because when you reclaim fortresses, all of the items that are in the fortress are just on the map when you reclaim the location. And if I go down through the fortress, there's a bunch of weapons, and I had a stockpile for them for a bit, and then I removed it so they stopped hauling them. That's why there's a bunch of weapons just randomly scattered around, because I was like, I need to stop hauling stuff because there's too many items, and I had 7 dwarves at the time. So I will eventually haul all those items up, but that's why there's just like random items scattered in places, is because of that. I love how chat like hyper focuses on a different like chat member every major fortress iteration. Like for a good chunk of time there. How did that get... Oh, did I dig that out? I must have. Like for a good chunk of time there, everybody was talking about the blockade. There's wild chinchillas wandering past. And then for a bit of time there, it was... Everybody was talking about Faint Speaker, who was the ghost. Now it's like rats and Buttsworth. Did the Husk Fortress not work out? Weren't you here for it? I'm pretty sure you were here yesterday during it. Hey, chat. Guys want to fill in Ice Blue? But yeah, this random mace is here because I haven't picked it up again. That's why that mace is there. A dragon helped Buttsworth escape, no less. Yeah. You're in the attic all day? Oh, okay. The Fortress Fell is the short version. I'd go watch the VOD if you want to see it end. If you go watch the featured clip from yesterday, that'll give you a pretty good descriptor of what happened. But it's not that it didn't work out. I'd say it worked flawlessly. I had a great time. Well, I mean, the dwarves had picked it up, and then I was like, guys, we need to use our time better, and then they dropped it, and I haven't made a new stockpile for it. So like literally, that's... Oh my god, I really am just making it. I really am just making a temple. I wasn't planning on making a temple complex, but apparently I'm making a temple complex. So this is the first one, which is the Amethyst Guild, and then I guess the one right below it will be the next one. Jeez, okay. They're like, you're making us do all of this construction, so build us our temples. I'm like, well, okay, fine then. I will. And also we have a weaver who's been taken by a Feymood. I don't think I have a clothes station. I don't. So it's time to make a clother shop. Yeah, call me Oprah of temples. So what are the other two? The Order of Dust. And the Doctrine of Bronze. This is a very divided faction for who they worship, which is fine, but it's just a little bit interesting, I'll say. So you, and you. Although this did happen in the last fortress. But yeah, no, I've had a few fortresses like fall naturally recently, and it's been nice. It's been a long time since I've had fortresses genuinely just fall because I fucked up. I see a soldier running around. It's not one of mine. Oh, it's this dwarf. Are you trying to have a meeting with somebody? Yeah, you are. This spear dwarf is trying to join the fortress. Should we let them chat? He's killed a good number of goblins in the past. They're a competent mace dwarf. They've got a steel spear. Wants to eradicate monsters? What do you think, chat? Worst case, we get some free weapons and gear. I agree. Vesper Salt? Hell yes. Hell yes, indeed. I think I should go all the way down to the bottom. Or maybe not to the bottom, but all the way to the lower levels of this fortress. Actually, no, literally the bottom. Because there's this area down here. And I'm going to deconstruct all of these statues. And we're going to bring these up. Because I want to repurpose old parts of the fortress. Because this part's kind of cool. Like having buildings and items and objects in the fort that I didn't make is one of my favorite parts. It's a Garnerite altar. So let's let them finish this area up and make it look all pretty. Full moon time? Yeah, well, thankfully there's no were creatures in the fort. We would know by this point. I would have seen the notification of something spooky appearing. Besides, they wouldn't be a member of any factions if they were a were creature. Although this guy's been either left or booted out of the Tactical Union, which is interesting. The Society of Bones is who you were a part of. Yeah, I don't think that monster hunters can be were creatures. I'm pretty sure their AI, like the game's AI, changes them enough once that happens. Scripio, can you stop saying cripple him to every time I ask chat a question? I could cripple you very easily. So if you'd like that, I could give you some of your own requests. Would that help? You seem to be very obsessed with me ruining lives, so yours seems very effective and efficient. What do you think? If you want to play the game and just cripple every single individual you see, you can go do that on your own time. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beer so I don't need to see what Scripio has to say anymore? That'd be lovely. We're also in an ad break anyway, so. I'm not worked up nor in need of chilling. I'm just saying that making a statement isn't a joke. So if you want to make a joke, be funny. That's more than welcome. But if I say, should I allow this? It's a yes or no question, and your response is cripple him, and you've said that now twice about different individuals, I'm going to say, what's the point? You're not participating. You're not benefiting. You're not doing anything positive or useful. You're just saying some stupid shit. Cool, great. I mean, awesome. Thanks for providing nothing of value. If that's your goal, you're doing a great job. But if you're going to make a joke, make a joke. That's not a joke. It's just making me feel like I'm in Groundhog Day. Aimless Alpha, how are you? I think human beings on the internet are obsessed with presuming that everybody is pissed off at everything. I think it's fucking cute. It's like, oh, why are you so worked up all the time? It's like, I'm not. You just aren't capable of speaking like a human. It's not my fault.
Noticed for the first time I was online at the same time as you were streaming. Your tutorial series has informative and a lifesaver for my dwarf experience.
No problem, Big Chuns. Happy to help. Glad the tutorials are useful. Thanks for $10. I mean, like, genuinely, if you are capable of a sense of humor, you're never going to run afoul here. But apparently, a sense of humor is too much to ask of many people. Anonymous, thanks for chucking a gift at Big Chuns. Appreciate you. Yes, I make more if you watch the ads instead of clicking skip. But I'll tell you this, giving me $2 a month will give me more money than watching the ads. So, you know, you do you. It usually happens to your doors without you doing it intentionally. Yeah, and there's no cripple him button. Like, if crippling was actually an option, like, if I could just give a dwarf an order to go, like, remove somebody's fingers, then that would be a legitimate statement. Like, truthfully. Like, that would make that a legitimate statement. But me saying, hey, like, what's the point of you interacting in this way? And then your response being, why are you so worked up? Why are you so stupid? Do you have brain? Do you detect human emotion when humans speak? Because if not, then I'm sorry. But how much of the sub gift do I get? I get 70% of whatever it costs in your region. Ice Blue, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Thank you much. I do have a table. Do I have a chair? If you can read English, you can play ASCII games. But yeah, it does definitely lower the barrier to entry a lot by putting pixels in. For some channels, it's 50%. It depends on how many actively paying subscribers they have here on Twitch. Ori Hop clasps. I don't want to deal with human-sized gear, so I'm actually going to say no to you. You've claimed a clothes shop. You need silk cloth. Oh, well, that's easy enough. Clothing and leather. Loom. See hype on the horizon. That is true. Thanks for the $1, Alfie, and for starting that hype train. It's a level 3 hype train, nonetheless. Which currently needs, what? 2 subscriptions or $10 in bits to level up? Oh yeah, also with bits, I get 1 penny per bit. Since people are asking about amounts. But yeah, when it comes to me, like, I don't know, clapping back at people in chat or asking about why you keep saying the same thing, I guess people need to realize and acknowledge that there's a difference between being worked up or mad and just trying to cultivate a community I enjoy participating in. If I wanted my chat to be all spammy keck W's, I would encourage that. I encourage the type of behavior and discussion that I enjoy being around. It's got nothing to do with being mad. But I digress. What did the legendary carpenters say when asked to craft a bed out of microcline? Sure, don't blame me when it blue screens your dreams. That's not a question, that's a pun. No, I mean, you know what they actually would say is, I don't know, give it to the gem cutter and encruster, because they can do that, I can't. Thanks for the $6.66, Orange. Okay, so that is absolutely what you need. Useful info in just in 5-minute clicks. You know, it kind of sucks that people like that series a lot because my channel is like completely designed against doing that format anymore. Purely because like YouTube does not like content that short. And Orc with Bow, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, mate.
Orange_TJ cheered. X666.
They want longer or way shorter. I mean, to give you an idea, a hour-long video that gets 100,000 views is like a couple $100. A 2-minute or 4-minute video that gets 100,000 views, you're lucky if you get $100. Like there's a massive difference in like profit margin, and also the YouTube algorithm doesn't promote them as much. The short tutorials made sense when I made them because it was in an era when there was literally hundreds of thousands of people searching for Dwarf Fortress related information every minute on YouTube. And it massively boosted me at the time. But these days it makes much more sense to just do like a 45-minute video with nice timestamps. So like that adventure mode tutorial I put out is basically the same format. It's just one video instead of like 8. Ice Blue, thanks for an additional 5-pack. How many have you done now? Is that 3? Jeez. Yeah, because it was 10 and then 5 and then 5. Gee, man, thanks. Thank you so much. Oh, you mean for the YouTube Shorts thing? Oh, you don't even mean like the short tutorials. Yeah, I don't even consider those videos. I make shorts and then immediately forget that those ever existed because it's like the least valuable content in my mind, but they do work for promotion purchases. And don't mind the sunspot behind me, it'll go away soon. What does Fortress Reclaim mean in this context? This is a fortress from World Gen that was abandoned and destroyed, and I reclaimed it, and it's got all of these rooms, plus a whole bunch of other stuff further down, random statues and things, bunch of piles of gear, that sort of stuff. And also, it was clearly sieged and destroyed by goblins, and there's a bunch of goblin towers scattered about. What are we up to today? Oh, you know, making dad jokes and yelling about nonsense that doesn't matter. The usual stuff. Yourself? Can we do a stone sense of this fort at some point? Get the hype train to level 6 and I'll do it right now. Investing in advertising. You know, it's funny. Like, I got almost 400,000 views on YouTube Shorts last month. And the total revenue I made for it was like $32. It's like, it's entirely just extra work to make algorithm senpai notice you. That's literally all it is. And I don't know. It's hard work and effort to make them, which is why I'm happy I don't need to make them, because Suited Giraffe makes them for me most of the time. But like, it is the definition of lost leader, because you don't make any money off of them. Blink and Rail, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. And for leveling up the that hype train. So I'm just gonna quick save, and then we'll do a Stone Sense, because I don't trust it to not crash. It's as I've said in the past, it gives me trust issues. We do in fact do it, Volkodav. We do. Does it promo successfully? It promos randomly for no apparent reason, is the way I would describe it. The thing is, before shorts existed, the YouTube algorithm would benefit you if you were doing whatever the meta was at the time, which for the past few years has been like long form videos, right? So asking like, does, oh, I'm transparent. Asking like, does, it's gonna take a second to load. Does Fortress, or like rather, does it algorithm successfully? Yes and no. Yes, in that I need to turn it off and turn it on again probably to make it function, but I'm just trying to make me more solid here.
Shorts or pants not covering knees.
Exactly, you are correct.
The YouTube thing.
Do you auto refresh? Auto reset on timeout. There we go. Let's just do this while the camera resets. Actually, S-Sense works, I think. Yeah. Can never remember the... I missed it. Hold on. Let's just close this and reopen it. There we go. There we go. That's it. It's not really a mod. Calling it a mod is very inaccurate, but I wish I loved this thing as much as everybody else seems to. I just think it's kind of ugly. But needs a covering over that pathway, but what is that? This is Stone Sense. It's a DF hack plugin. Let's see if my face cam reset. No, it didn't. Okay, well, I'll fix it. This way, then.
Orange_TJ cheered. X387.
Yes, Orange. Thank you very much for the $3.87. The hype train needs another 13 subscriptions or $62 in bits to level up while I reset my camera. Which reset entirely. But this happens sometimes with this camera. I like this camera a lot. I bought this camera on a whim. It's a weird brand that I don't really trust. Which is, in a lot of ways, absolutely fantastic. In some ways, it is sketchy as fuck. Like, it just breaks sometimes. But it looks really nice when it's working, so I kind of can't hate it. I don't know. It's just not perfect. There we go. So if I turn up the contrast. There we go. Although now it's the wrong resolution. Let me just let you guys stare at this screen. This is the most hype train of all time. Thank you very much for the train. Appreciate you guys. Probably hit my minimum with that. There we go. Now my shoulder's on camera. And I have 60 frames a second. Perfect. Now the thing that I was trying to fix initially. Yeah, okay. I'll just close the blinds. And I have to go close the blinds in the other room. 2 seconds. One of these days I'll have this whole order of operations sorted. You know, such is the way of setting up new office setups. It takes you like a week to figure out how to actually have it set up in a way that works. All right. Now that we're done with that, you're welcome. Thank you very much for Live Train Chat for the 32 subscriptions and $22.03 in bits. That's more than half of the subscriptions we got yesterday in total. So thank you. Blind went to close the blinds. Yeah, it truly is Inception. I mean, likely what's going to end up happening is I'm going to have to move this to a different angle at some point, probably, because that light is not gonna work in the long term. There's one other thing I could try and do, but I think I'll just wait for the sun to move. That is sort of already possible with software I really hate and don't like using. I know somebody who has that. I have no idea what the Lua modding capabilities are going to be able to add, because I have no idea how extensive they're going to be, what's even going to be in the raws for that, what players are going to even have access to. I have no idea. Absolutely none. I think a DF hack can already probably do that if somebody made an extension for it. I just don't know what that would look like. This is a reclaimed dwarven fortress that was destroyed by goblin encampments, and these were on the fortress's property. We're almost there for value. How am I above the value, but it doesn't consider it to be something that needs a priest? What? Well, let's try this one, because I can't complete it without a priest. Still says shrine. I can see that, but look at the value. The value claims it's high enough. Maybe the character is just so shitty at counting that they don't consider it valuable enough yet, which is odd. Broker is bad at math. Well, usually once the estimation goes above the minimum, then it's good enough. But yeah, broker must be that bad at appraisal. Well, actually, bookkeeper, I think. Maybe it is the broker, actually. I can never remember who actually does that job these days. Dwarf over here has begun a mysterious construction. It's a good thing they did. I guess they didn't need wood for it. Yeah, I was pretty happy when I found it. Chat was pretty loud about wanting to do a reclaim fort. So I'm quite happy with the layout of this one. You know, it's a good fort when I go to bed and like I'm thinking about ways I could build. Like that's how I know it's a good embark, is when I'm thinking about what I'm going to do the next day. That's how you know it's a good embark. Also, good job getting number 1 on the leaderboard, Orange. Well done. Clap. Speaking of, the Weaver has created Zemanrichur Sodir Som, a spider silk vest, and offers it to the dead pillars. Well, I guess I could put it into this, but I feel like that would get stolen really easily. So the question is, where do I put my artifacts? Do I have for rocks right now? I've got quite a bit of granite. Let's throw granite in. I'm actually going to make this a little bit more interesting. Let's remove all this, because I got a whole bunch of pedestals down in the basement. So I'm thinking maybe a little lockable room. So this is a spider silk vest. Nifty. It's a cave spider silk vest. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is made from cave spider silk cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. On the item is an image of a green tree frog in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of a turkey in cave spider silk. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Quite nifty, if you ask me. Do legendary clothes wear out? Artifact clothes do not wear out. If you mean artifact level stuff does not wear out. Yeah, I guess he's just bad at math. Holy Gorge is going to be, we'll just take the named dwarf. Non-major nerd. So that's one satisfied. Now it's time to satisfy the next one. Ending up with interesting little patterns for each of these. You know what? Yeah, I like the way that looks. We'll go with it. Make it a noble symbol? Nah, I'm gonna put it into a artifact hall. Sometimes I like to do that, but right now I don't even have a mayor yet. So what's the point of giving it to some random noble who I don't know if they're gonna be a noble long term? especially to a job that's going to disappear. So no, it's going to go onto a pedestal in here, and it's going to be locked behind a door. But maybe in the future we could make it into a noble symbol. So I've been playing this game since 2009. That is an impossible question to answer. I've had more interesting world gens than I can count. The question is from Mags, and they say, what's the most interesting world gen that you have? I have zero fucking clue. Because, like, there's interesting things from the past that weren't possible anymore, and there's interesting things from now that are not possible in the past, so. That's like saying, what's the best breath of air you've ever had in your life? Every time I climb a mountain, but, like, you know. I think there's a point of critical mass with games like this where it becomes impossible to answer questions like that succinctly. Like, what's your favorite story? It's like, I don't fucking know. I've got too many of them. You see, volcanoes are cool until you've seen 700 of them, and then they all kind of look the same. Yeah, recency bias, or whatever the last one was, is usually actually the answer. I mean, like, Winter Throne was pretty dope, with the endlessly erupting volcanoes. Is that your birthday and time, Broly Lives? Just a really good breath of fresh air. Oh, okay. That was so specific. I was like, that must be like a birthday. A Dachshund appreciation group, and it's the cutest thing. You know, Dachshund is the only type of dog that I've ever been bit by. They're cute, but man, those are not friendly dogs. Like, they are stubborn little twerps. This is a cave spider silk vest. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is made from cave spider silk cloth. This object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk, and on the item is an image of green tree frogs in cave spider silk. And the item is an image of a turkey in cave spider silk. But Dachshund versus stairs, very fun. Remembering some old stuff, learning some new stuff, and your dwarves, thank you for your simple mist generator design. Happy to help. It's not mine. I took it from the wiki. Legacy Art Games, but I'm glad to provide instructional construction advice. I think we should be able to barge into the caverns again. We're in an ad break right now, so I won't unpause the game until the ad break is done. But I think we can go into the caverns again, because I'm pretty sure these squads have trained up enough. I mean, we're all novice weapons characters. Although I should probably, you know, I'm just gonna do this. This right here. It's just going to be a weapons, but not unusable ones, made out of decent materials. So no unusable ones, no stone, no other materials. And here, armor. No unusable ones, no other materials. It is meant to be do. Do you have a quest for a temple? Because procedural cloud stuff is kind of nothing. It's a knickknack. It's a doohickey. It's a non-usable item. It doesn't do anything. In fact, I think it's probably just a placeholder for future stuff. It's purely a stepping stone quest progression item. You take it to the temple that you got the quest from, and you gift it to them, and then they give you a quest to go get something cooler, which is usually a weapon or another cloud stuff or whatever you happened to get as a name. That all those quest lines are very placeholder to just teach you how to get a quest. At this point. So it's basically like a means to an end right now, where you get those cloud stuffs, and it if you can get cloud stuff successfully, then you basically know how to collect a quest. That's all it is. You're just running around killing things at this point. If you go to a temple and drop it on the floor, you'll get rep with that temple. Or if you give it to the priest in a random temple, it'll give you rep with that temple. That's what it's for. It's probably also a trade good. You could probably trade it for some level of value. No idea how much, but some level of value. Kind of amazed. Isn't that accessible? Okay, so they can go down, 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 down. Yeah, so all this stuff down here is accessible. Just gonna make a little stockpile right here. I see, that's partially the problem. Just make all this stuff mine. Because all this stuff's equipable. Okay, so that area is in fact reachable. Bearded, please. Any job requests? Or is it just purely... Also, a shit ton of plump helmet spawn, apparently. Are they forbidden and the game's not telling me that they're forbidden? Sometimes that's the case. Let's try doing this. Well, they're getting better items, apparently. Actually curious, what are you going for? Oh, I see. Stuff's getting moved up here. Well, at least that's working. No preference? Okay. Happiest bearded dwarf it be. Tekid, the blacksmith. Welcome to the fort. And insulted your dwarves, and then you tore them apart with your squad of 7 dwarves. Are you in trouble? If you have to ask that question, you already know. If like you're hanging out somewhere and you're at a bus stop, right? And a random dude walks up to you and looks at you funny, and then you break his nose, beat his face in, and kick his head into a pulp, jump up and down on his chest until it's a mushy mass, and then take his wallet and get on the bus. Are you in trouble? Same vibes. Oh, also, I have caps lock turn on. Is very stubborn and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Is conflicted by this as he tends to hold on to he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He likes to brawl, and he has a tendency toward forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He has a sense of duty, and he has little interest in joking around. He is trusting, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual to live differently from himself. And he occasionally overindulges. He is assertive, and he doesn't seek out excitement. After seeing Cole's Radasaurus's dead body. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of raising a family and personally values honesty and a harmonious existence. Considers craft starship to be relatively worthless and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Somebody in my YouTube chat said, man, at my first fortress, an elf caravan came and insulted my dwarves, and then I tear them apart with a squad of 7 dwarves. And I already know that they're lying about them insulting because they won't send a diplomat until you have a baron. And I highly doubt that, one, you'd know how to do that unless you played the game before. So I'm pretty sure that you're bullshitting. And 2, they won't actively insult you until you have a baron. And they don't really insult you. They just rudely tell you to stop chopping trees down if you're chopping down trees. So someone in my YouTube chat is just, being YouTube chat. They're asking, am I in trouble? I don't know, are you? I think you can answer that question. You seem to already know the answer after all. Must be a rhetorical question, They call you a butcher? That's a legitimate career path. Why are we dehumanizing, like, you know, our frontline workers? You know, like the people who work at the grocery store. I love my local butcher. Same reason I wouldn't insult the nice lady who makes sourdough bread at the bakery. Eh. Got nothing against that. Nothing but positive things to say there. That should be fine for right now. Sourdough does in fact slap. You know, I always love to take this subject way too seriously because I think it's funny, personally. So don't take me too literally here. I genuinely find it hysterical how many people just belligerently self-report themselves of being shitty people with thin skins in video games. Like, but they insulted me. Uh-huh. What does chat do to me every single day? I haven't killed any of you last I checked. If you, like, go into a blind murderous rage because someone calls you, like, a name, what does that say about you? Like, holy shit, man. Christ almighty. You know, it's funny because we got people who work in forestry and also people who literally are butchers, and both of them I would just disagree with them being a butcher. What's the highest tree cap? Infinite, because I set it to infinite. Like 1,000? You can change the number in your game settings if you want. But if they like you, they'll give you a higher tree cap. You can, I think it's 50 is the most they can give you, which is more than enough for most functional fortresses. A skitter? What in the world is a skitter? That sounds like a slang term for a mosquito. I think that this person is just trying to talk about killing elves. YouTube chat. I do not even remotely believe that that is the first fortress they've built. So skitter is like a forestry job? Okay, yeah, I know very little about forestry, so. All I know is I like old growth trees because they're pretty looking. That's the extent of my knowledge of forestry. So basically null. I will say they did make it a lot harder to trade with elves efficiently in this version because of the changes to like their ethics and like not wanting like leather items. Like you used to be able to sell them leather and all kinds of other things. Bones. It was like specifically stuff that was made using charcoal. Hold on, I'm just gonna go close all the blinds in the other room so I can just do this because I'm getting sun in my eyes. now a question of what do I do next? Do I buy nicer blinds, or do I move my office elsewhere and say fuck it? Because I don't like these blinds. These blinds kind of suck. There we go. That works. A skidder is a tractor with a big claw to drag around trees. Oh, okay. I think I used one of those in spin tires. Makes sense, though, that it's called a skidder, actually. You make trees skid along the ground. Okay, yeah, all of my knowledge of forestry comes from spin tires, now that I think about it. I don't need blackout curtains. I need ones that are adjustable because I want natural light. It's the entire reason I purchased this apartment, because natural light is healthy. But natural light with no way to mitigate the amount of natural light is bad for cameras. So right now these are blackout curtains in this place, but they're extremely shitty blackout curtains. So it's basically just I have two options, all or nothing, and they let light in regardless in kind of crappy ways. So it's not optimal in any way right now. These are pretty nice chests too. I played OG spin tires and didn't like SnowRunner. So that's the era of spin tires I played. Spin tires and spin tires Mudrunner. I didn't like SnowRunner. Yeah, that was the one I didn't like. They made it too live service-y, like annoying progression-y. So the reason these blackout curtains suck is they are like the cheapest curtains you could buy at IKEA. They look really nice, but they don't slide nicely along the pole that's holding it up at the top. They don't fully block out the light because they're not very well made. They're just not good curtains. It's just kind of the, I guess reality of buying a place is you find all of the deficiencies once you've bought the place. And all of the little things that annoy you. So it's like, well, put that on the shopping list. Which is very much where I'm at right now with these curtains, where it's like, I need to buy new curtains. Why did I forget to hit that button? This is temple number 3, now that temple number 2 is almost done. I mean, the good/evil dichotomy system that exists right now is mostly a figmentation of players' imagination. There isn't good and evil characters. Everybody just has their own ethics and goals. Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have good and evil characters, per se. Every type of character just has goals. That's all it really is. Yeah, no, there's good and evil biomes, but there's no good and evil factions, if that makes any sense. I need to go chop down some trees out here. So I'm just going to chop these down. I also need to go gather more plants and also go harvest some things. So let's just type in wooden barrel. Wooden barrel. Let's make 20 of those. Now we've 8. Sending the militia down here. And here goes the skirmish against the very scared troglodytes. This dwarf is already in a martial trance and chasing the troglodyte. He did get punched, but he seems to be doing a much better job simply hacking him in the leg with the iron battle axe, tearing the troglodyte into little itty bitty pieces. There goes another troglodyte, which he's cutting up very handedly, and a third one. Now, aside from the fact that he's terrified while in conflict and rather stressed, these troglodytes are now dead. Or a good number of them are. I think I'm going to set these dwarves to go back upstairs and get back to training. Except for this one now, who's actually getting injured and still fighting, even though tired. So I will... Whoop, okay, he just killed the two of them. That's 7 troglodytes. You just killed the entire family of troglodytes. So now will you go? It seems like he lost some teeth and is very bruised. So I need to make him a hospital. Didn't really expect him to get injured that quickly, but hey, here we are. We live here now. I'm just going to go meeting area right here. And I'm going to make this into a hospital. I'm going to add a chief medical dwarf. I actually have some decent diagnosers. Irel, you can be the chief medical dwarf. If I go to the hospital right here, that can be Irel. The diagnoser can be Lytast. Surgeon. Reg is a surgeon by trade, so we'll let you have that task. We'll also assign Kib as a surgeon. And Zuglar is a bone doctor. We got everything already like all set up and good. That's good. Let's deconstruct one of these beds and just move it down there. And Worth Butts, the goblin representative, has been elected mayor. Would you look at that? New main character, Beers for Butts. I'm tempted to just rename him to Butts. I'm being very mature today, I know. If they worked really well, I wouldn't be going, I'm going to get rid of these because of how shit they are. They don't fit the windows that they're on, mate. So no, they don't work particularly well. I'm going to not go for some random things on Amazon. I'm going to go to one of the local suppliers around here and spend extra money and support the local economy, because that's what I try to do. Speaking of Worth Butts is also in the military, so I'm going to have to remove you from the military. And give you an office. And also Le Hardcore Sire. Hello, YouTube. It's good to see you. And Tolus, it's good to see you as well. Hope you are doing well. Well as you'll ever do. Okay, how's the value of this level? You can recognize your priesthood as well. Man-eating tapir is now the Holy Crypt of the Order of Dust. And this one's getting there as well. Not much more needs doing either. Oops, maybe not that one, because that one's going to get cut out at some point. You need to track who's ahead of me in world domination. Well, I don't think that's going to help you take over the world, but I mean, it will help you rise through the ranks in religious structures, which I'm sure is something. But yeah, no, I need basically adjustable blinds that can let through varying amounts of light, which aren't that cheap, but for the nice ones. But I'm gonna definitely get them for this room. The blackout curtains will be nice to keep in the other room, but I still want to get ones that fit that door or that window, because the ones I currently have don't. Okay, how's that hospital doing? Going to see what actually do you need health-wise. Your teeth are gone, your foot is cut open, you need cleaning, dressing, cleaning, dressing, cleaning, dressing, cleaning, dressing. Okay, so let's just put a chest in here. A normal day is 70-ish, gotcha. And it seems like we are hauling all of this stuff up. And I need to get rid of these bodies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and deconstruct this. Because that's open space right there. Then I'm going to go up to here. Gonna go directly above that open space. Dig up this. And I'm gonna go right next to that and dig stairs next to it. Hope we have soap. You'll be fine without soap. Currently, I'm more concerned about his general mood. As long as he gets cleaning and stitches quickly. Also, I need a bucket. Let's just do 5 buckets. And actually go to this. Because in order to be able to clean those wounds, he needs a bucket. And I've discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Well, that's very inconvenient. Oh. Well, so much for that dream. I guess I could do it from, like, right here, though. It literally was like 1 layer beneath this. Well, okay. I was going to make that into a corpse dumping spot, but I suppose not. Look at that. They're getting gear. B-Lug's all geared up. You'll love to see it. I'll probably set that to details. Replaces clothing. Yeah, for you specifically. Replace clothing. Which means you're going to go take all of your clothes off briefly. There you are. Now you've got a scimitar, steel shield, bronze mail shirt, 2 iron gauntlets, your boots, and your leggings. This is a reclaimed fort, so the vast majority of the structures I'm just kind of leaving semi-intact. Yeah. I did collapse the roof of it, but... Alright, so now I'm actually just going to do some hotkeying real quick. So let's hotkey this level as F1. Let's go down to here as F2. Down to here as F3. And let's say down to here as F4. I'm also going to lock this door again. And we are going to dig out this. And also unforbid that camel skeleton. I'm going to build flooring along here. Let's just use limestone. Spear Dwarf is fighting with a troll. Okay, that's cool. Seems like the troll lost. Where's my Spear Dwarf at? There you are. Not bad, dude. Not bad. How fleeting life is, this doesn't scare me. I feel very uneasy. Death, says the Spear Dwarf. I think we should give this Monster Slayer a nickname, chat. 41 years old, and they just killed a spear for me. They are a competent Spear Dwarf. There's a good chance this dwarf will join my fortress, assuming they don't die horribly. No. No, it's not. I mean, I've done only ramps before, but the way I did only ramps was the only way I was able to dig at all was to make ramps. That was a neat, like, outcome of construction, but it's not really a challenge. Unless, like, you're really bad at picturing, what's it called? 3D spaces in this game. That being said, stairs only just looks terrible. Did you redeem a dwarf, J. Martin? Because I want to give this dwarf main character name. So something based on what they've done. I mean, this dwarf has 10 kills. They killed a goblin, 3 more goblins, 4 goblins, and one Nagoking Kang's hand, and also a troll now. You were suggesting a good name, sure, but I'm asking for a lore-friendly name that fits a dwarf of this stature. No booze? I got 26 booze. How is 26 booze not booze? I got plenty of booze. Quit your complaining. Troll Slayer? Oh god, Windrose is awful. People who unironically like Windrose have never seen Windrose. They're such a bad thing to have. I can barely play their instruments. All backing track, no skill. I like Toothpick, that's pretty good. Is there any reason why there's no torches in this game? Because dwarves can see in the dark. Is the, like, real answer. The mechanical answer is, because they haven't made them. Although I've had people tell me I'm low on drinks when I have 200 drinks in my inventory. I don't generally go over a couple hundred drinks, so it's not too surprising. The drinks are kind of low. I need to harvest plants because I haven't started farming. Like, we're on, what, year 2? I like Toothpick. Let's go with Toothpick. Completely closed-minded, never changes his mind after forming an initial idea, is given to flights of fancy, point of distraction, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and prefers eloquence and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, is married and has some kids, and is a steel spear monster hunter. Watch him die in a few minutes. Yeah, those all need to be gotten rid of. This area would be pretty easy to section off right here. Oh, maybe not, actually. Several layers tall.
May your fort thrive and reach deepest depths.
Thank you, Sakamura. Appreciate you. Just gonna wall off this walkway a little bit. Just a little bit. And then right here as well, I'm gonna Plunk a door in right there. And auto-mine out these eventually. Maybe that as well. And also let's go up here and cut those down as well. I'm also going to deconstruct this door and replace that with a wall. Hey, chat. We need a round of beers for Sakamura keeping that sub alive for 5 months. And let's also go down to here. And, right. Okay, so I will actually just do this way then. That's not the tool I want. That's the tool I want. And this is going to become a corpse pile. So right here, you're going to be a garbage dump site. I'm just going to go to places. I've got 3 garbage dumps apparently. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Then let's just type in corpse. And body parts. Let's get all this stuff dumped. Although first they're working on this. Maybe I'll actually suspend this one so they can go back here and get these easier. Can you start with less than 7 dwarves? Not without modding your game, I don't think. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure that requires a mod. Because I think that might be hardcore. Is there a setting to start with less than 7 dwarves? If there is one, I'm not aware of it. Is there a particular reason? How many dwarves do you want to start with? The line is one of the most catastrophic calamities to happen to the natural environment in that region, and it's genuinely distressing. But, you know. I really hope that they stop building that fucking thing. YouTube's just saying that the towers in my fort's reminding them of the line. Drawbridge? I mean, click, expel, then you start with less dwarf. I mean, that's the easiest way to do it. Yeah, the line. It's Saudi Prince's most recent masturbatory, self-inflating waste of resources. Sorry. They've started, yeah. Man-eating tapir. It's literally like a dick measuring contest, but with billionaires. Woodcrafter's been taken by a Feymood. No, they're building it. And all of the migratory lizards and, you know, indigenous people who live there use that as a piece of land to walk across. Are now going to hit it. Also, they're making it a giant mirror, so birds are just going to go splat on the outside constantly. Like, which is kind of funny in a grim Looney Tunes kind of way, but at the same time, it's like, you know, we make buildings obvious so birds don't do that. But I digress. Also, it seems that Coed and Elfie Bean are lovers. Ain't that adorable? I really need to get to making an office for my mayor. Actually, the other thing I need to do is just simply get more hauling dwarves up. What? You had no wheelbarrows, and now you've got wheelbarrows again. Make your damn mind up, game. Let's get to another one of these. This all needs granite. I presume I have granite. Yes, I do. Oops, clicked the wrong spot. Someone's trying to win the cartoon villain competition, and just like cartoon villains, they don't have enough self-awareness to realize that they are the cartoon villain. That's kind of sad, actually. Okay, so while that's being built, what's the value of this? Not quite high enough. So let's just do these. And throw some statues up in here. Yeah, that's why Saudi Arabians are some of the bad guys of the international community. Is because they don't care. Thinking of pudding. There's not really a way to build a large-scale prison fortress like Shawshank Redemption style, right? Do you know of anything that how you could only have criminals in the fort? So if you have a visitor-friendly fortress, you will just naturally get criminals coming. Look for bards and stuff that are not dressed as bards. And then you need a really good captain of the guard and like airlock systems so that you can lock the captain of the guard into a room with the criminal and then get the captain of the guard to interrogate everybody. And you will find criminal histories with these people. Greg and Then Some is my most recent religious character, who's now the Holy Silver. So this one's satisfied, and that one's satisfied. And it seems like I've successfully completed all of those needs. You need... Okay, you've got 2 logs. What else do you need? Yarn cloth. Yarn cloth? Yarn cloth. Well, thankfully it's late summer, so when we trade, I can trade for yarn cloth. Because I most certainly have no yarn cloth right now. What, in Dwarfort? I mean... It depends on the noble. Like, there are wealthy people that aren't villains. There are wealthy people that are villains. There are poor people that are villains, and there are not poor people that, and like, people that aren't poor who are not villain. You know what I'm trying to say. Not everybody is evil. The only people that are inherently evil are babies because I haven't learned how to not be, how to be not evil yet. But that's up to their parents to teach them to not be evil. Yes, calling nobles evil in DF is funny. Yes, I completely agree with. Although the truly evil nobles are the ones that are just like, I would like 3 traction benches every 6 weeks for the rest of this fortress's existence. And I'm like, no! How dare I make hospital equipment? Okay, so this dwarf needs a respite, I think. Do I just straight up have no clothes? Or did all your clothes get destroyed while you were in the military? I think that may have happened. Did I build a catapult in a room? Trying to think what I did the last time. I want to say the last time I had a dwarf that demanded something of that. So I want to say it was actually like not traction benches. It was ballistas. I'm pretty sure I told them to go like 1v1 an army. But I can't remember exactly. I didn't put them in a catapult. I did not put a catapult in the room. Also, fun fact, catapults don't friendly fire, so that would literally do nothing. Alpaca saddles? But that doesn't exist. Ballista arrows. So I had to make arrowheads and then use wood to make ballista. I'm just going to dig this hole out. Except for that, because that's the tunnel leading in and out. Although maybe I'll lower this down a layer so I can dig this all out. And also, I'm just going to go here and type in the words rock hive. Because Chad hasn't asked yet, but this seems like a bee fortress to me. They want mittens and ropes? Yeah, that's super easy. Just automate, you know, mittens to be built or made and ropes to be made every couple months, and that'll clear it up just fine. Although I do need another display. Kind of amazed that you're not claiming other stuff. I wonder if you've got stuff that you own. Yeah, and that'll do it. Wheelbarrows are great. I mean, I always end up needing a surplus of wheelbarrows anyways, so having a surplus of wheelbarrows would be awesome. I'd be super down for that, actually. Okay, so you right here are going to get dug out. You right here are going to get dug out. You're currently over here digging out this whole thing, which I'm going to lower down to priority number 3. Maybe 4. I would say you need 10 traction benches. You need enough for a whole squad is my go-to number for traction benches. So I've got a bunch of Gabbro right now. I need to figure out a pattern for a slightly more sustainable number of bedrooms. So I'm just going to sit here and prototype for a second until I come up with something that works. So that's a bit big. So I could do like this, although that's granite. And then you get a door there, and a door there, and a door there, and then we can do this. Although, actually, probably the better way to do this would be to... These are, like, kind of awkward shapes and sizes for bedrooms, I'm finding. Okay, so what if I do it this way? Yeah, this is just awkward. It's like, how big are these, right? They're 10 by 10. So if I make even remotely decent sized bedrooms in these, it's just going to be awkward no matter how I do it. Spiral? I mean, that might be something I'm going to have to end up doing. I guess, like, my kind of gritty look is just not really... Because I could try and do something like this. Like, that would work. Like, that'd be fine. And then I could go down here. Yeah, that'll work. We'll do this. Military dwarf, please. I can give you that goblin, but I can't guarantee they'll stay in the military. I do actually need to just find some dwarves to add to the military. Beard or no beard? Give me a minute until I find one that would work. Trains of mastering a skill. Can handle stress. Also occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. Yeah, okay, you can join. What's your name? Manom. This needs to not be a fortress where I just put off militia stuff for way too freaking long. Doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Beard works, okay. This is me just skimming descriptions. You're a doctor. You're a surgeon. You're a surgeon. You're a peasant. Brave in the face of danger. Perhaps a bit foolhardily. You're an engineer. Competent ex-dwarf. Wait, were you the one that... Yeah, you're the one who just got removed from the military. Yeah, you need to socialize and not be in the military. You want martial training. She's conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. She's brave in the face of danger. I just need to assign more militia anyway, so. Okay. You can have Manom. Serious salsa. Forms strong and emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, is assertive and tends to consider what others think of him. He can handle stress and occasionally overindulges. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and becomes very rigid when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill. And personally sees he likes chalk, lead, and rhyolite, as well as brown recluse spider silk. He likes bucklers, grates, and gray squirrels for their tails, and spelt for their beer, and and prefers to consume cow and strawberry wine, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. And dreams of mastering a skill. Personally is grouchy after drinking the same old booze. Speaking of booze, we're actually out of booze now, because I'm out of unrotten fermentable plants, which is funky to me because there's like a shit ton of stuff that I've told them to harvest. I guess I didn't tell them to harvest enough stuff. Well, go harvest more stuff. And also the population got a lot bigger, so I should actually just start farming. That's really what I should do, is just start farming. Do I want to farm all the way down here? I think I'm just going to tell them to do a big harvesting session. And I'm actually just going to farm down here, like I said I would. Except the way I'm going to farm down here is the river's like right there, right? So I'm just going to go down into here. I'm going to close you because I don't need that open. That's what we'll do. And I'm going to go up to here, to you specifically, make a singular rock floodgate. And I'm going to go to right here, and I'm going to make a lever. Dwarves wanting to fight is them wanting to be in the military? Not necessarily. Respecting martial prowess and wanting martial training is them wanting to be in the military. Fight could be argue. So yes, asterisk, I guess is the answer to that. Everybody's gathering plants, so we just need to wait for them to get back up. Wrong plants. Also, this shouldn't have logs in it anymore. Gotta move that wood elsewhere. Let's also remove bins from this. That doesn't need to have bins in it ever. Oh, queued itself up on its own. Would you look at that? Although I do probably need to increase the number of drinks we're doing per season. So let's go up to 40 drinks per season, or per month. Hates spiders but loves their silk. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's probably a much more common like and dislike than you realize. I'd be willing to bet a lot of people like silk fabric, but don't like spiders. And vice versa. I'm also going to just do wooden cork and wooden pipe. So we're up to late summer. No, necromancers and necromancers aren't ever at war with anybody, Rezi. They just attack everybody. Goblins will go to war with you if they consider you a threat, which isn't hard for them to consider you a threat. You're considered a threat if you have a population higher than 80. Goblins are just, like, easily annoyed about your encroaching land grabs. Hello, Paxmac, how are you? I might end up doing something like that with this map, Chris. Chris in YouTube chat is talking about making public temple complexes and stuff for visitors above ground and then residents-only areas underground. It's not too unlikely I'll end up doing something like that in this fort. All right. I actually... Somebody here is going to wince when I say this out loud. I need bins. I'll make 2. Sort of related, but also unrelated. An ad break is about to start, and I need to take a toilet break. So I will be back in a moment. Right when it starts. What's wrong with bins? Nothing's wrong with bins. Whoa. Ice Blue, are you trying to gift subs without me noticing? Thank you very much for gifting a 5-pack, dude. Does anyone have a guide for getting dwarves to dump items in the Steam version because you can't figure out a way to get it to work? It is the lowest priority task in the entire fortress. So it is the last thing that they will do. In fact, half the time they'll socialize before they do it. So remove all other tasks, basically. If you need them to dump stuff now, that or make sure that you have, specifically if you're trying to dump corpses, make sure you have these two enabled. But this was the same in the older versions as well. But yeah, even I forget to do gather, outdoor, refuse. In regards to our what's wrong with bins? Nothing's wrong with bins. There's just some There's some longtime players who will tell you from here to hell and back to never use bins for anything ever for any reason. There isn't anything inherently wrong with bins. They just make item organization more complex and sorting out used and old items more complex. Personally, I feel like there's no negatives with bins at the current moment if you are aware of how they make item management more complex. That's a limestone, not a granite. But there used to be some bugs with bins that were pretty bad, so people who've played the game for a long time have PTSD with them. Makes it easier to bring piles to the depot. Sure, but it also makes it harder to not sell an individual item in the depot. So that's another reason why some people don't like bins. Because they see them as a negative on being able to trade. Which, not wrong. I just personally don't see it as a negative. I need to get these gems out of here. Yeah, I really need to start farming. It's like I kind of don't want to, but I need to. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to seal off this area. Got enough tower cap that I can do this. Doesn't matter the material you select for the second round of this style of doing things because it'll just use the first one you selected. That'll be fine for that. That can get unforbidden. I don't want to block the road off entirely. So I think I will do. Yeah, I'll just block off this upper area. That's the way I'll do this. I'll just do tower craps across here. Tower craps? Tower caps. And along there. And across here. And I still have some additions I need to make. I need a second layer on this. And obviously need to expand this, but... Well, actually... Could just go along the top here. And then do that. If you have don't mix food types enabled, barrels don't fuck with things. I just never enable that, so barrels are only a problem if you have I think it's in other mix similar foods in barrels. If you do not mix similar foods in barrels, you need more barrels, but then barrels won't cause conflicts with seeds. It's just nobody ever enables that, and neither do I. So, like, that's the current status with barrels. What is the setting about barrels? Yeah, I go through menus too quickly. Labors, standing orders, other. And if you want to remove barrels from a stockpile, I'll just make a new one to show you. Click on this button, and it'll show you how many of each is assigned. Bins, barrels, or wheelbarrows. So this is going to be where I'm farming. For the time being, but also down in here. Let's go. Have I made that yet? A floodgate. You not made a floodgate. Make a goddamn floodgate. Jesus Christ. Am I actually just out of boulders? Wow, I'm out of boulders. Well, that's kind of incredible. Okay, well, Oh, I see part of the problem here. Welp, I feel kind of dumb. And also, let's just get rid of this, because I don't need it there. And this doesn't need to go away. Oh, it's going, some nihilist. Yourself? Running out of boulders is the most, wow, I'm doing too good of a job. Problem you can have in Dwarf. Currently, you're down here carving ramps, though, so we now have boulders again. And Whitcode, by the way, thank you very much for the 43rd month. I greatly appreciate you and all that you've done for the stream. Same with you, PaxMac, on the 25th month. Both of you are 6 months in advance, so thank you so much. For helping keep the channel funded. Steadily. A caravan has arrived. Did that dwarf go insane? No! I was waiting so that I could buy yarn, but I guess I lost an artifact. That's a shame. Finished goods bin. Yeah, I can just sell all that. Let's also go footwear. Doop, doop. Let's also sell those scepters. Lanix would like to give a dwarf to PaxMac. Chat, are we going to do it? Yes or no? Does PaxMac get a dwarf? How am I liking the new place? I've actually gotten way less questions than I think that you might think. I like the new place. It's really nice. I mean, it is genuinely like 5 times the size. not actually. I mean, the old place was 418 square feet indoors and 424 if you include the patio. This one is significantly bigger than that. So it's just very nice to be in a space that actually feels like I have space, if that makes any sense. Any interesting critters caught or tamed yet? I haven't been trying. If I was trying, maybe, but that's not something I've even attempted to start doing. The entire, all of the work on this fort so far has been purely focused on securing and rebuilding the actual fortress itself. I also very rarely focus on taming animals to begin with. I lived there for 11 years, Zildy. Yeah, but I haven't tamed them. Or caught them. They just joined me mysteriously. Of their own free will. Dragon arrived and burnt everything? I mean, that is the fun part. You could reclaim it. And rebuild after the dragon did its best to, burn everything down. Their own free will. Man-eating tapir. I'm translating the words you just used. It's a correct translation, and you cannot deny it. I like around 250 years. I feel like 100 years is too short. But it varies. It depends on the kind of theming you want for a particular world. The younger the world, the more like mega beasts will be alive. So titans and the like. The older the world, the less of that you'll have, but the more like apocalyptic grimdark stuff you'll have. So it really depends on the flavoring of the particular world you're playing. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of the plump helmets because it'll make life easier. All right. Thank you. Looks like some more stuff's coming for trading, but we'll do that after. But at the end of the day, it's kind of up to you about how long you let a world generate for. It really depends on the kind of flavor you want for the world that you're playing. Highly depends on what's in it. Spark Truck. I've done generated forts that are full of were creatures and demons. I've done reclaims of generated forts where there's like nothing in it. So it highly depends on what's in it. This one wasn't too difficult to clear because there wasn't much in it. There was just some criminals, which we used Mako and DF Hack to make them join me. Because it's fun to have some goblins in a fort. But that's about it. Really, unless we're up to 60 dwarves now. Looks like I have a sheep now, so I'd, in theory, be able to save that dwarf if they came again. But they're already dead, so can't save them. I meet with the Outpost Liaison. There's much to share. They've updated my maps. I should actually look at those. Okay, I've already gained most of what I need from you, so I'm just going to request wood, because that's what I do when I don't really know what to request. They want legware? Easy enough. I'm sure we'll have legware. Speaking of farming... you're going to go right here. I'm just going to make a little hut. So what I think I'll do is I will place a little ramp going up there. And then one tile above this, I will put a floor piece right there and then tell a dwarf to pump. And that will fill up my underground area down here. Also, did you finish making that floodgate yet? You slowpokes. God damn it. How long is it taking you to make a goddamn floodgate? Too long, apparently. Seems like my bone doctor's on it. Too long. As a stater, please explain what the heck a stater is. What is a stater? You don't need chests? In bedrooms? You need chests and cabinets, yeah. Well, cabinets are for items. Or cabinets are for clothing, chests are for items. Can you dwarf? Did you request one? Oh yeah, you got one offered to you, right. Hey chat, yeah, you guys all said yes. What kind of dwarf are we giving to Paxmac? And am I giving them a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? That's a question for you, Paxmac. But chat, what kind of dwarf do you think Paxmac gets? My bad. My phased out of existence for a second there. Mistype of starter. You cannot have a were creature or a vampire as your starting 7. I thought a stater was like some sort of rank or something. Okay, so you'd like a beard. What kind of dwarf does Paxmax sound like to you? Because humor? Where's the joke? Or is it because your name's Dolphin, but you're not a fish though? How about Cookie Paxmac? He's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He is a perfectionist and he enjoys the company of others. He is often cheerful, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is a friendly individual and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He's a calm demeanor and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't handle stress well, and he often feels lustful. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. Dreams of crafting a masterwork and personally values loyalty and doesn't really see the point of working hard. And likes native copper, fabric, hemp fabric, and the color cobalt. Splints, in the words of the formation of the fortuitous pregnancy, when possible prefers to consume dwarven beer and white mullet flour, and coffee cherries, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. And he has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. He has one friend who's the Bone Doctor. He's a member of the sect of Amethyst, and is thirsty and drowsy and hauling limestone. Is what it is. And we've got some traps getting cleaned. Welcome to the fort. And I've got a goblin... Uh-oh. Why are you up here? You silly dwarf. That doesn't seem too smart of you. Why did you suspend that construction? The heck? Tower cap. Tower cap. Tower cap. Tower cap. More tower cap. And just when you thought I was done, even more tower cap. I mean, this still needs work, obviously, but it's not bad. Goblins really do have this strange obsession with bags, don't they? Also, I've got coal. Oh, shit. It's kind of a big deal. Oh, fuck, there's coal here. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, no, wrong button. Except let's just do priority 3. That is actually amazing. That's really nice. Did the fort's reclaimed food go bad? There wasn't much food. It was mostly just some, like, random meats, I think. But there was just a small amount in the, what's it called? Trade depot, if I remember correctly. But there really wasn't much in the way of food in this fort. Like, there was virtually none. What are you standing there for, dwarf? I'm actually mildly curious as to how they're getting in here right now, because I know I've blocked this off, but like... Ah, I see. They're literally climbing the walls. I thought I told you to dig through here. Dig through there. Come on. Should be easy enough. Okay, so you are killing that. But that's priority 1. Channel is priority 4. All right, well. What, goblins is target practice? They're certainly not the best target practice, but they're not the worst. I love all these little flowers that are growing. It's kind of awesome, the small changes that they've made to the way the flowers look and stuff. I'm really actually, you know, honestly, one of those updates that I'm looking forward to the most is the additional art update. That's going to give us more different sprites for things. I'm actually really looking forward to that. Like, seriously looking forward to it. All right, I really need to get a metalsmith's industry up and running as well. Let's just do plump helmets, and sweet pods there. Let's go. Oh shit, we finished rock blocks. That would be why. Do this and do that. Holy Crypt blesses you. I thank you. I don't know how to respond to that, so... Like, genuinely, no idea how to respond to that. Also, speaking of things I have no idea about, I have no idea how this child got stuck back down here, so I'm just gonna, real quick, put a ramp right there. There's not one, there's actually 2. There's a lot of weird climbing going on in this fort. That's kind of perplexing. Like, seriously. Like, I keep on being like, wait, what? How did you end up here? Oh, you climbed there? What? How did you get there? I'm being very confused by it. It's like right now these dwarves are just doing poetry stuff. And I'm not sure why, because they should be training. So they're set to train here. It's like that area is possible for them to get to. If I tell them to train and they say no activity. I wonder if it's the goblin. Are you breaking things? Yeah, odd. Strange. They certainly do it's like, you know, the dwarves climbing through walls a lot of the time is like that video that went viral on TikTok ages ago of like just the person saying this goes in the square hole and this goes in the square hole and the triangle goes in the square hole and the round thing goes in the square hole. That's kind of how I feel when my dwarves start randomly climbing walls that I didn't intend. It's like, but I made you a perfectly good stairs. What are you doing? I also love that video. There's a lot of good variations of it. It's one of the classics, I would say. Certainly is one of the classics. Okay, what are we hauling currently? Was this mostly because of... I don't know. I don't know what's causing it. I think it's actually... I just have too many areas that the dwarves can get to that require climbing, because they do prioritize climbing quite a bit. Maybe. I don't know. Not having the ability to look at the Dwarf Fortress code, I couldn't actually tell you what the exact cause of it was. That would be a solid suspicion, though. Okay, so down here, that's got this sucker in it, so you can get linked to that. Although, no, I'm wondering if they can even get to it. This may get canceled. Yeah, it did. If you smooth the walls or carve them, would that help? These are already smoothed walls, most of them. The ones that they're climbing are already smoothed. It's funny seeing how they move so quickly after being used to the slow adventure mode movement. Yeah. Are you enjoying adventure mode, though? I certainly hope so. Okay, I like hiking, which is walking on 2 feet. I don't like rock climbing, which is climbing up cliffs, YouTube chat. So maybe I do have similar interests with the dwarves, but, you know. I'm in an ad break right now, so I'm just going to leave the game paused until the ad break is done. But I just want to say real quick, thank you. We have 223 people tuned in here on Twitch right now after 5 hours of streaming, and 135 people watching on YouTube. I have to say, I really hope that this is just the new normal for YouTube, because ever since Adventure Mode released, we've had a very consistent, good number of people watching. Which is really good for me, having more consistent people watching on the YouTube chat. Like, the Twitch stream numbers haven't gone up that much. They're about the same. Like, they definitely went up for a week, and then they've kind of calmed down. But the YouTube numbers have been way better. So, thank you to those of you who watch on YouTube, even though I poke fun mercilessly. But appreciate you guys, because I wouldn't get to do this job if people didn't watch. Absolutely. In fact, I encourage you to. Greg, and then some. And we have cleared the daily minimum already today, so I was pretty sure that we would have after that hype train. But don't sound like the usual stick. I once saw a dwarf climb multiple Z levels and then jump over an open ledge to pet their cat. Which honestly sounds like your average cat owner to me. Then I should be able to pull this lever once this is done. That'll open that up, and now we can pump. What was even funnier was the dwarf failed the climb on the way back and then went splat to their death. And then the cat hung around that area for the rest of its life. I think I will let it flow until it hits about here. Poor dwarf and cat. Oh, yeah. No, most certainly. Very funny, though. Okay, so you quit pumping. That's plenty. Okay, maybe I do need to let them pump more. This is filling slower than I kind of expected it to. So there's kind of a lot of water in there, but not actually that much. Okay, yeah, let's let you pump a little more. Because I need this to hit the other side. We'll see it coming in a second. I mean, that would hit it eventually, but I want this to happen quicker. There it goes. Now that goblin is pumping it. That should be plenty. It's enough, goblin. All right, so it went a little bigger than I needed it to. But that is okay. We'll simply dig this out. I tend to agree. Orc with bow. I do in fact tend to agree. You go out to there. And the center here, well, maybe not the center, but at the very least over here, you can just have stairs built in. So someone's going to come construct that. Let's hope that one gets constructed too, so that this dwarf can get out of here easier. There it goes. I may even house a few dwarves in here. These kind of look like more important dwarf bedrooms, don't they? Or actually, maybe instead of bedrooms, we do offices in here. So I'm thinking the center of this is going to be farms. But, like, these kind of look like offices. So for farms, let's do 1, 2, 3. Tarn has talked about a lot of stuff like that. Maybe not adding, well, what you're saying basically is like using, when you say gilding, you mean like adding decorations to something, right? Because like Tarn has talked about doing stuff like that, but often it's in terms of like, let's do pigtails in the summer on that one, plum helmets in the winter, maybe sweet pods in the spring. And then this one, we'll do all of the alternatives. So cave wheat, sweet pods, plum helmets, sure. I don't know. Tarn talks about a lot of things. I know he's talked about wanting to do art at some point, and like tapestries is a thing I know he's talked about. I don't know if that'll ever happen. It's hard to tell with Tarn. I'm sure he'd be open to the idea. I would love to see, like, if you could add... this is my farming area, Douglas. I would really like to see them add something like just more uses for paper. Which maybe one day we'll get, maybe we won't. I don't know. Any unnamed Lady Dwarf will do as long as they're not obscenely unhappy. Happiest Lady Dwarf it is. Toulon the Kid is the happiest, but we'll go with somebody. Do you want somebody in the military? Or somebody outside of the military? Speaking of military, I'm actually going to go up to the top of this tower. Just get them training up here. Not sure why that barracks ain't working. Now they're training again. Yeah, I don't know. That's odd. Peter, thank you very much for the 21st month. Can I get a round of beers for Peter? Military works? Okay. Oh, not Peter. I'm reading the wrong name. Rin of the Stars is very happy and very rare. Sorry, very rare. She is very happy, but she very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she tends to make us. Oh, Dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. That's from the mood that I felt earlier. She's conflicted by this as she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She holds her breath when she's nervous, and she stares intently when she's thinking. She does not have, and she is conflicted by this. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and has an amazing spatial sense. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes that peace is preferable to war. Has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and finds introspection to be a waste, and does not care about family one way or another. Likes cryolite and trifle pewter, as well as turquoise and crosses and hags and crutches, and reindeer for their large herds, and cotton plants for their flowers, and when possible prefers to consume beet, and when possible prefers to consume bayberry wine, and hates slugs. She's a member of the Order of Dust and worships the god of death. She has a kindred spirit who's one of the other recruits, best friends forever, and has several other friends in the fortress, and joined the fortress in the summer of 257. Welcome. It's good to have you. A starting bit is a mood. It's kind of like getting her palm read. Hopefully she's not nervous for more than like 2 minutes. Why? Because of being in the military? Yeah, that's a real concern. I don't actually know if I have coffins. I do not. Could have sworn I started some, but okay, let's get that done. Hello, Curry Boglin. You would like Tarn to spend his hard-earned retirement fund on people so that you can have content for a video game faster, is what you're actually saying. Tarn isn't a manager or a project manager. He's a developer and somebody who's very well acquainted with his own code. He's hired one coder to help speed up the process. And if you would like Tarn to hire a team of coders, I recommend you take all of your life savings and spend that on a team of coders, and you make the game better. You can pay for DLC right now. It's the soundtrack. This game isn't going to sell content. They've stated that. So that means that they have a limited number of people they can sell this game to. So their market cap is inherently smaller than a game like RimWorld, who's going to nickel and dime you every year and a half for more content. So you're asking them to make the game more expensive and less accessible to the entire community in exchange for you to get content faster. No. And you wouldn't even necessarily get it faster. I think that you just need to be patient. And if you can't be patient, there's other games out there that exist that can keep you busy in the meantime. Also, curry delicious. I just wanted to state that. It's a heavy-ass coffin, but it's a nice coffin. I feel like people are just very, 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 very impatient. Thoughts on siege changes? I'm looking forward to seeing what they actually entail. The overviews are stuff that has all been discussed in the past, and you know, we won't know for certain what they look like until they're out and done. So, I feel cautiously optimistic about the siege changes, and I'm looking forward to seeing the specifics. Those are 2 words that describe a siege equipment, yes. I'm not going to speculate outside of what's been stated. Siege changes are after the other stuff gets into beta, which is the Lua modding stuff. And beyond that, I'm not going to speculate. For reasons I've discussed many a time. I am curious to see what they end up entailing. But we're not going to know specifics for a while. So there's no reason to sit here and speculate. Because I will probably be wrong. What I will say is save your speculation for when Tarn is on stream next week. On Thursday. After that point, I will be a little bit more comfortable with speculating because I will have spoken with him directly about it. But until I've spoke with him directly about it, I'm going to hold off. Outside of what's been directly stated, which is enemies will be able to dig. You know, ballistas and catapults are apparently going to be useful. Those have been stated. Mostly, and this is like due to you guys that I do this, where I'm like kind of annoyingly particular about whether or not I speculate about something, because I've had people say Blind was talking about this for so and so and so and so, and I see that on Reddit. And it's like, that's me out of context, just speculating about something that I actually have no idea about. So then that doesn't happen, and then that person's disappointed because it doesn't get added to the game because somebody on the internet told them that it would get added to the game because some streamer said it would. No. I'm using DF Hack right now. What exactly do I need to learn? Rin of the Stars? Oh, if you're telling Shinobi to learn Lua. Oh, right. I mean, lots of things use Lua. I read that as your word is DAW. I'm like, do I need to plug a synthesizer into my mouth? I don't know who this Lua person is, but they must be getting really popular these days. All right. As if, like, Dwarf Fortress wasn't always kind of a weird gateway into Vim. I mean, it's a raw restructuring, so it's probably more similar to the way the raws are currently set up instead of loading scripts. I'm curious to see what people do with the Lua stuff. I'm also a little worried. for personal reasons. Because I really don't like covering mods. But I just hope it makes it possible for more mechanically interesting mods that aren't just reskins of pre-existing things. Because it still is going to factor into and cause problems for me in the, like, in my weirdly staunch need to be the tutorial guy. So the second I load my game up with mods, then now suddenly it's harder for me to explain what is vanilla and what isn't. I just hope it makes themed runs with particular, or themed worlds, I guess, with particular mods a more viable thing, because right now it's not really. I mean, it's not viable, but it's not as varied as it could be. Crap, what was the name of that game? Reign of the Stars. And then came an Echo? Let me check. You saying getting like voice to, voice control to work. Yeah, there came an Echo. Just reminded me of this game. It's a not very good XCOM that uses voice commands to be played. It's like you just sit there and shout at your computer. To help tell rocks apart at a glance. Gotcha. Are there any that you find particularly troublesome to tell apart? Ah, it begins. Oh, look at that! Useless McGee and his friend Gringlis. See ya. Take your tiny knives and run away, you cowards. Where are they from?
Hey, laughing.
That's not gibberish! They're from the civilization of Plunger! They actually managed to write a word! Cavern 1995, thanks to the 6 months was Prime. With Prime. Appreciate you. Oh, right, yeah. No, Dwarf Fortress has always had issues with color blindness. That makes sense. They're plumbers! They're here to unstuck my toilet! How nice of them. I mean this in the most teasingly friendly way. Making bedrooms for dwarves and foundations need more housing. I don't see how that's teasingly friendly. Well, the thing is, one game keeps throwing a pop-up in my face every 10 seconds, reminding me that I'm inadequate. This game just lets me be inadequate. I don't really want to think about Foundation because I don't want to just sit here and bitch about how I'm kind of mad that I don't like Foundation. Or disappointed that I don't like Foundation. So unless you're trying to get me to bitch about Foundation, I don't want to talk about Foundation. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for that 6th month resub? They're here to take the plunge into my fort. It's got nothing to do with how you feel about me being adequate or not. It's how a game makes me feel and whether or not I want to keep playing it after a game makes me feel a certain way. That's all that it's got everything to do about. I'm not going to stream Foundation again. I don't think that game's very good. At least, it's not for me. So, if you want me to keep talking about how I don't like Foundation, keep bringing it up. Otherwise, stop bringing it up. Instead, I will be trying some other city builders over the next couple weeks to try and get that city building fix, which I've been craving, apparently. Wouldn't that just be selling pipe sections and corkscrews? Like you'd be the world's greatest pump operator fort? I don't need to hear you out. If I were to play SimCity, it would be SimCity 3000. As it is the knowingly and well accepted and absolutely 100% agreed upon better of the two. No one has ever disagreed in this statement. Not once. Besides, you're just an EA Games shill plant in my chat. I've seen how much of The Sims you've been playing. You're just here to promote horrific corporate agendas upon my innocent ears. It's horrifying. You monster. That was kind of the intent. Aeronamo. Rest in peace, Maxis. Did they ever bury that dwarf's body? Where is it? It's Meng. But Huh. I could have sworn that they found him dead, though. Well then. Tyrant Home Morgue. Isn't that just every single fort in Endgame, though? Like, oh, there you are. Oh, did I lose an additional? I must have lost an additional dwarf. Oh, I know who you are and where you... Okay, that makes sense. That's the one I needed to get buried. So, an endgame happy fort. Or do you mean, like, the goal would just be to have, like, a certain number of natural deaths? I will slander The Sims as much as I want because I was the one who was forced to play The Sims against my will in order to earn screen time to be able to play Age of Empires. You know, good games. For grown-ups. And my little sister was too lazy to play The Sims and preferred to watch me play it. So instead of me getting to, you know, get to play good games like RuneScape, I had to play The Sims so that my little sister would stop complaining that I didn't play The Sims that day so that she could watch me play it. No, literally the first one. I'm not joking. This is all factual. This actually happened. This is like real actual me lore. I used to get a very limited amount of screen time growing up. And my little sister decided that it was more entertaining to watch me play The Sims than it was to play The Sims. Which, you know, I would agree with. I mean, it ended up being my career after all. So instead of, like, you know, playing The Sims like normal people would do, after that one day, that fateful day where I decided I'm going to play The Sims instead of whatever other game I was playing, because that was the game that she liked playing. When I decided to do that, it became the only game I was able to play after that because she would just get upset and cry if I tried to play something, you know, not bad, like something good. And so thus I played The Sims because at the time I would do anything to play a video game because the amount of video game time I got was very limited, and I wanted and liked playing video games. Wanted to play video games and liked playing them. And so I basically played a game that I didn't enjoy playing because my little sister wanted me to play it and she wanted to watch me play it. So I played it until I decided I never wanted to play that franchise again. And I've never touched the franchise since. So there's nothing to slander here. I just genuinely dislike the franchise. I just learned that way earlier on than most people. Coex Tub, the blacksmith withdraws from society, which means I guess I actually need to get off my butt and make a forge. Which is probably for the best anyway. Was like my first stream viewer? Sort of. Although admittedly this was like, whatever year The Sims came out. So this was kind of a while ago. But yeah, in a way, you could say that. My little sister was one of the first people who watched me play video games not on the internet. I'm just trying to decide where to put a forge. I'm thinking like right here. Actually, how wide is this? This was a 10 by 10, so I won't be able to get directly in the center. So let's just do like this. I played like maybe, I'm just guessing because I obviously don't have exact counts. I played maybe 300 hours of The Sims, but that's in kid memory, so probably it was actually like, I don't know, 150 hours of The Sims. I will never touch that franchise again for the rest of my life. It's not that like, it's not even a matter of like, did I make challenges to make the game more fun for me? It's like, I don't like the theme. Like if I didn't end up getting that like devil's bargain where I could have an extra hour of screen time a day if I played a game I didn't want to play, if I didn't get that devil's bargain, I would have played it that one time and been like, yeah, it's fine, and then likely never touched it again. But because my little sister was so engrossed by it, it was kind of I didn't have an option anymore after that. It was very much I like the game enough that sure, why not? And I played more of it than I wanted to play. I did basically everything that you could do in it. And I'm good. That's it. No. To the point where, do you want to know how this whole story ended? I started getting sick of playing The Sims. And I told my sister one day, I'm not going to play The Sims for you anymore. If you want to play The Sims, you play The Sims. And she started crying. And at the time, I feel bad for my parents at these days because, like, you know, simply put, my dad was in school at the time retraining because his entire industry just ceased to exist in Canada. So, you know, my parents were in some pretty stressful times at the time. So in hindsight, I feel kind of bad for them. But at the time, I had zero pity for my little sister or my parents. And she just started screaming and crying and bitching and moaning and screaming and crying and bitching and moaning. And so I played a little bit more because my mom was just like, please, like, just play this game for her. Like, just keep her busy. Like, we've got a lot going on. I need you to keep your sister out of my hair. Okay, so I kept playing. And within a couple of weeks, I was so sick and tired of playing. I went up to my mom and said, I'm not going to do this anymore. I don't want to play this game anymore. I don't care if it entertains her. Like, let her watch a movie or something. And my little sister, like, was mad and pouted for a couple of days. And so she just kept complaining at mom. And my mom came up to me and said, you get to play this game. You have to play this game so that she stops crying. And you can have more screen time. And I said no. So the result was I got no screen time. So I willingly played no video games for the privilege of not having to play The Sims anymore. So I will slander The Sims as much as I goddamn please. I don't even know who that is. Person who just added me. Also, I can't read your name because according to my screen, you don't have a username. If that's the Age of Empires person, absolutely not. And also, I don't collab with people anyway, so. Can you please be the baby? If you get a Dwarf Redemption, or if somebody nominates you. Okay, so you're a blacksmith, so I need a metal crafter's workshop. Or a metalsmith's forge. I'm glad you like it, John, in YouTube chat. Oh, I agree. Like, there's bits and pieces of The Sims that are amusing to observe from a safe distance of never having to play that stupid fucking franchise. But, like, you know. Yeah, but I genuinely realize that a lot of people have nostalgia for The Sims. I just think that my history with The Sims is funny. Like, unironically, like, I love telling that story because genuinely it's the most, like, little kids pedantic bullshit thing of all time. And, you know, we were all a little kid once, right? And, like, at the time I was being all high and mighty about it because I'm like, no, I'm just never gonna play. I'm just not going to play video games then. Yeah, there's plenty of games I enjoyed growing up that I will also never play again. Or make content out of. Is there any way to move chained visitors? I ask and do you have questions I haven't had an answer yet? No? I don't think so. I think once they're somewhere, you can't move them. Although they get put into a cage when they're released. So when their sentence is up, if you have a free cage, they'll just be put into a cage. I don't know why that happens. It's a little odd. So at that point, you can move them. Okay, so the Strange Mood Dwarf should just go right there. And up front here. This is going to be mayor's office and dining hall. Maybe I can fit a bedroom in there somewhere. You have to play the new one? I played a little bit of, what's the Stronghold Definitive Edition off stream. And I enjoyed it enough. But I'll be honest, I kind of really want to play the Stronghold of Crusader Definitive Edition. You do not need coal, but you do need whatever items they need, which in this case appears to be a bunch of skeletons and shining bars of metal. So I'll need to make coal anyway. Can at least pick the metal that way? Well, I've got no metal bars on the map, so making some metal bars isn't actually going to be that big of a deal. Okay. Because I haven't actually done that yet. So the Dwarf Redemption isn't up for another 15 minutes. You can have whatever dwarf is available or character in the fortress that is available when the redemption is up. But the redemption is not up. So I'm not sure how to help you at this exact moment. So unless you get nominated or redeem one, I will not give you anything currently. You think Jet is your favorite stone in Dwarf, or your favorite stone in Dwarf Fortress, closely followed by Olivine? I like Microcline a lot. I think Microcline looks really nice. I also need a proper front door.